Good morning. I now call the January 27, 2022 administrative briefing and work session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9:04 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices and remove hats to avoid disturbing others. I will now ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this work session.
This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the school board clerk. After the board and the superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. At the podium, speakers are asked to state their full name and address and to spell their last names. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you. We will begin today's work session with our NEOLA policy review.
Thank you. Dominica. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we wanted to do this morning, I think, is to review quite a few of the policies which were pulled for further discussion or further changes, and we have a list here. As far as the bylaws go, if you have a copy of the bylaws as they have been edited in the earlier workshop that we had back in 2019. But if anybody has any questions about the bylaws or wants to discuss one of them, please, you can bring that up also anytime. I didn't know if you have anything for that, but might as well start with the policies. And these are on the board docs, and they're also in your, the first one, I guess we'll just go right through each one. The first policy was prohibition against disability discrimination in employment, 11-2201. And this would be the same in 31-2201 and 41-2201.
So you're in the 1000s? I'm sorry, because our bylaws are actually in our book in the zeros.
This is not a bylaw, this is a policy.
Policy, okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And I'll just, I do have tabs throughout the bylaws, but we can talk about those at a later time.
Yeah, that's what he was requesting. If anybody wants to discuss anything on the bylaws, let's start with that.
Yes, because I know Ms. Campbell was not here for that earlier workshop, and
Some minor edits throughout, and so that's what if the copy of bylaws that we have within our notebooks are reflective of the changes in 2019, there have been changes made since then. For example, we no longer have deputy superintendents. We no longer have an elected superintendent. Just changes like that need to be made to the bylaws that if this is what our current bylaws are, then we need to edit them.
yes.
Okay? Do we want to do that now, or do we want to do that later and cover some of these policies we need to get through first?
I think we should do the bylaws now,
Okay?
if that's, we can go through them quickly.
Sure.
1,000
These are actually in the zeros.
zeros.
So on the second page, page 2, this is policy 0100.
No,
So-
that's not a,
Are we in bylaws or policy?
In my notebook, it says bylaws 0000. The definition says bylaws 0000, bylaws clean. Then code is PO 0100.
What's
And
the
it's
page?
you're
page 2.
you're the, okay.
It starts district.
Definitions. This is in definitions.
Okay,
100. It's page 2 in our notebooks, literally, 0, 0, 0, 2.
Okay.
I can't get to it.
That's not on board now.
I don't know.
This one's under pulled for review.
Mine doesn't show that folder.
It's under pull for review,
Yeah,
Okay.
because I remember talking about the name changes and title changes.
So it's in board docs, just in another section. So, in order to get to this on board docs, this is under policy project revised, the draft, and there will be, they'll be able to access pulled for review, right? Instead of the one that says,
okay,
ins-
got it.
instead of the one that, what is the other one that says, instead of pulled for review, there would be cleaned, right?
So if it's cleaner for us to do the things we came here to do today and do bylaws later, I'm fine with that, because if we're having trouble finding it, let's,
We've got it, we've got it.
okay?
Well, tell me, well, y'all have it, I don't have it.
Where you go is
So tell me how to
Policy
get to it.
Project Revised. Here,
I'm
I'll-
sorry?
Policy Project Revised. And then go to the bottom of that section.
To be cleaned?
No, pull for review.
Pull for review, okay, I got it. I got it.
Okay,
Definitions, is that the one?
definitions, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm with it.
So on page 2, this is under district-based, non-instructional administrators. I feel like this isn't the right place. It lists deputy superintendents, which is no longer a position within this,
We still have deputy superintendent.
well, in this classification, area superintendent. So this is, this, I believe, was in reference to area superintendents.
0, 0, 0.
Or,
Go ahead, ma'am.
yes,
I have the same notes.
Okay.
That changes. So
Okay.
I don't know that statute requires us to list every position here. Could it not end with the statement of such personnel often report directly to the superintendent and supervise other administrative employees, period?
13B.
Is there a reason that we need to list? Because that changes.
right.
That's a statutory way they define it.
Right, can it land with that period right there that I just read?
I'm sorry, read it again, I didn't hear you.
In referencing Florida Statute 1012.013 subset B, could it not just say, such personnel often report directly to the superintendent and supervise other administrative employees? That references
And then
the
have the
statute.
statutory reference there?
Yes,
Yeah, that's fine.
and with the
Yes.
statute that I referenced.
That would be fine.
Because that'll solve the problem.
It's under
You know
district-based,
what, I was
non-instructional.
not in the conversation, so are we removing the second sentence and just leaving the Florida statute?
You're correct.
Yes.
You're removing the descriptors with positions that might change, but you're still referencing the
Everything down to
statute.
this reference to the statute, leave that.
Sentence-
So as to avoid confusion, perhaps.
That sentence that says this classification, we're removing that sentence.
So you're taking out this classification,
Yes.
Yes.
associate or deputy superintendent?
That's important.
Do you need further clarification? In this section, you were on page 2,
Page 2.
in the section that says district-based,
Got it.
non-instructional,
Yes, oh, got it.
we eliminated the sentence that says this classification.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This was also in the pulled for review folder because this particular bylaw had been updated by NEOLA, and we added in the part of instructional materials in the green that's on this.
Instructional.
Okay, at the top where it says instructional means items have an intellectual content, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the addition. The reason why it
Right.
was pulled.
That's why it was in the pulled for review. There was an addition update, so. It means
Oh,
items
okay.
having
On the
intellectual
screen, I see,
content that
okay.
by
Okay,
design.
it's up on the screen.
It means items have intellectual content that by design serve as a major tool for assisting instruction.
Superintendent, you can't see this, can you?
No.
It's on,
I'm following the book.
That is on Board Docs, right? And that
I
is
know,
on
can
Board
we
Docs
move
if
the
you wanna-
screen, perhaps?
That is also on Board Docs on your,
Right, but only a couple of us have laptops.
I have my laptop.
Yeah, it is on Board Docs.
I have it.
They need it turned like we need it at an angle. Okay.
Chair, if I may. Attorney Powers, what's it listed under on Board Docs? What's the category?
policy
Policy.
project revised.
Okay.
And without me going through, it starts with policy project revised. The next tab
You're gonna drop
is drop down to pulled for review.
Thank you.
But you start with going to just policies, draft, and then policy project revised, and then at the bottom.
Is there a way to angle that a little bit more, Kev? I know you. We're working to move it over more. Yeah, I know you tangle up with everything over there.
That's as far as we can go.
Can you-
Maybe turn it up.
This is gonna be complicated, how they're gonna get into this stuff
Is
here.
that better? Can you see that? A little?
She's going to have her
I'll pull it
laptop.
up on the laptop.
How's that?
Thank you.
Is that better?
But Mr. Browning and Ms. Thrower, can you all see that a little better?
I can see it like I could
right now.
before, it's
I mean,
Okay,
are they gonna go through each one?
okay.
Depends on what she wants to do.
Dr. Gullett, are you able to?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
So we should follow that, not our book.
The book was printed, of course, at the beginning of this process. Anything that is a more live update you would expect to see on Board Docs or on here. So they're both, anything that's on here, you'll also see in Board Docs. So whichever is the easiest mode for you, other than the fact that, it'd be great if we had a
Thank you.
movie theater screen in front of us here where we can see everything. So.
Thank you.
Where does it state pulled policies?
All the way to the bottom.
All the way at the bottom.
Pulled for review.
You see it?
Got it?
So it sounds like we're going to be switching back and forth some.
This will be
Okay.
the most up-to-date as we make the corrections.
Okay.
Then we need to look at the screen.
Okay. So the instructional materials, I have no problem with that statement. Is everybody okay with the way that's?
Yep.
That was already reviewed. That was the statement we reviewed, correct?
Or this
Or this
is
is
new
new?
from
No,
NEOLA?
this has been added since the
Since we
whole
reviewed.
project started, so,
Right.
but it's from the statute, so I don't think anybody would
If it's
object.
by
Right.
statute, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So then the next policy and bylaws pulled for review in our notebooks is page 16, but on the screen is standards of ethical conduct, which is 0124. 0124. And just ensuring, because this is the statement that we labored over quite a bit, and so this will be the statement number 7 that we landed on. I want to make sure it's
Oh,
written
yeah.
the way we wanted it to be, because then this is the precursor to all of the rest of the
0124.
not discriminating against. It's in the same section you were in, pulled for review. Just the very next one, pulled for review. Not to be cleaned, the pulled for review tab.
Yes, right here.
Standards of ethical conduct. Yes.
That's one where we're working hard to make sure that it's inserted in all the other places that it needs to be.
I believe so.
On this one.
And the information here is not reflective of the conversation we had previously. So that's why it's important that we get this fixed here. Do you remember which and I don't, but which one of these pulled policies that we landed on, what we want this statement to be, and I'm talking specifically to item number, or to point 7 under A7, wait, no, A, B, C, A. So under members of the board shall strive to fulfill the following obligations. A, obligation to the student requires, specifically speaking to item 7 there, because that is not the reflection that we wanted to include. There's additional language here than what we wanted. Students are not harassed or
Gotcha.
discriminated against on the basis of, and there are certain additions to this
wants to know where the
NEOLA statement that
one
we do
came
not
from that
want
we liked.
included.
We're looking now for that. I think it was either an anti-harassment or one of the non-discrimination policies.
Because we worked a long time on making sure we had it the way we wanted it,
Right.
and so we just want to make sure we have a copy and paste in every section where that.
Might be 1362.
And I'm sorry I didn't keep a record of where that was. I know we talked about it multiple times, but the NEOLA language does not completely mirror what we want it to say.
No, we have the statement. The statement that it's making sure that we have it throughout, and we do have, I think we do now have it throughout on everything except now with this bylaws section, so we'll make sure that it is inserted there.
Afternoon, and it was something you tabbed, I think, Board Member Campbell, and I just can't remember which policy number that was, but it would be helpful to see that.
It's classified in the dirty dozen is what they
Yes.
kept calling them. And
Right.
so I'd never counted to make sure that each one of those actually added up to 12. I just kept identifying them as,
Is this it? Is this it? Non-discrimination? That's a,
Yeah, I think it's more than clean.
this is to be cleaned, so it's one we've worked on.
So what number is that?
It's 1122.
Are you there? You there where they are?
Ways we need to make their decision on which way.
Yes, this is a different way. Let me go pull it.
We're trying to just pull it up for you. There was, it's been edited slightly differently 2 different times, so I want to get the right one.
well, I mean, we can talk it through again if need be,
Right,
but
yeah.
just
And we'll be.
the one
I
that's
think-
as close to it as we,
We talked to that one at nauseam.
we
last time.
did.
You have 1120, is that,
I can pull it up.
yeah,
Which
put
one is she
1122 in the to be cleaned.
Okay. Looking under 1122 in the non-discrimination equal employment.
To be cleaned.
This is our non-discrimination and equal employment opportunity general statement. The district does not discriminate on the basis of race, including anti-Semitism as defined in Bylaw 0100, comma, ethnicity, comma, color, comma, national origin, comma, sex, comma, sexual orientation,
We did not want to include that parenthetical, I don't believe.
okay, so the parenthetical's coming out. Disability, including HIV, AIDS, or sickle cell trait. Pregnancy, religion, age, disability, and marital status,
The age. has to
Age
come
is replicated there.
out, and religion is.
So we need to edit and fix that.
Okay, I just got here, so where are we now? So age,
Ancestry or genetic information
oh, you want, that's double.
we need to delete the word as, which are classes protected by state and/or delete the word of federal law.
It's still there.
Got it? Did you delete the as?
I have after the information comma as is struck.
Okay. Collectively protected classes. Period inside of, are we doing period inside of the parentheses and inside the quotes, or outside of both?
Collectively protected classes, paren, period. No, that's not in the middle
And
of it.
everything ends up being replicated, we have several things replicated again there. Pregnancy, genetic information. You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
For some reason, something got cut and pasted twice. Okay, so starting from the top,
Yeah,
the
let's-
district does not discriminate on the basis of race, including anti-Semitism, as defined in bylaw 0100.
I'm sorry.
Can we, let's recess. Let's recess for some technical difficulties.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to recess right now at 9:27. We're back on, reconvening for our NEOLA policy review at 9:54. We'll continue with Attorney Powers.
Thank you, Chair Cummings. All right, we are going to continue with our 0100 bylaw definition, after which we are going to, because we've made some changes there that do affect a number of other policies, actually importing some of the language that we used in our other discussions into this policy and using it as a central touchstone to go to the others. After we get done with that, then we will move on into the list of policies that we had pulled for further review, and then we'll come back to the bylaws when time permits at the end, okay? So, starting with 0100 definitions. Does everybody have access to that and see it on your screens? Okay. And let me ask, is what changes we make on here are live fed to you there? All right, thanks. What we've done here in 0100, we have inserted the definition of anti-Semitism, which was, we didn't have in the previous section, though it identified that we did have it. And then to the point of the number 7 that Ms. Campbell had brought up. That was on a different policy, okay. So 0100 is edited. Let's move to the policy that,
0124.
it's 0124. And page number, I'm sorry, I don't have the book in front of me.
Bear with me.
Yeah, that's pulled for review.
Page number was 16 in our notebooks. Policy 0124, page 16.
Okay, and going down to number 7, A7 there. Let's just check this language. Students are not harassed or discriminated against on the basis of race, including anti-Semitism as defined in Bylaws 0100, ethnicity, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, disability, including HIV, AIDS, or sickle cell trait, pregnancy, religion. We've got disability again. Get rid of disability a second time. Marital status, age, except as authorized by law, military status, or genetic information, which are classes protected by state and/or federal law, collectively protected classes, as required by Title IX, Title VI, Title VII, Age Discrimination Act of 1967, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, 1992, Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Florida Educational Equity Act of 1984. Is that language suitable?
Isn't the Americans with Disabilities Act in 1992, that comma should be?
The comma between,
1992 and Americans with Disabilities.
Yeah, I have a comment.
There's no comma.
Yeah, right. 92, comma.
No, it's,
1992 American Disabilities Act,
Where?
correct?
I
correct,
believe-
or Americans with Disabilities Act of 1992.
Yeah,
Right.
So,
Remove the comma.
From where? I'm not sure.
after 1992,
Okay, got it.
take the comma
Yeah,
out.
got it. Okay.
all right, was there anything else on this particular bylaw?
No.
Okay, that language as stated there is replicated within the others, the other policies that we had been sort of colloquially referring to as the dirty dozen.
Go back. Well, you could, right there, you can see it. Go up to number 7, the end of number 7.
Now we have 2 number 9s.
Yeah, that's
Would that
something that
change
they
automatically?
have to fix the formatting.
Okay, so the 8 will go away and,
Yeah,
or just change, okay.
yeah, we're unable to edit it here because it's part of the
Okay.
form.
Okay.
So are we good?
Yes. All right, So we should just move down this list here?
112201 is the first.
Okay, first one we're going to do under policies pulled for further review is policy 1122.01. That's prohibition against disability discrimination in employment.
112201. Under poll for review.
First person to get to the page number, call it out for the rest of us.
22.
It's not in
Poll
the
for
poll for
review.
review.
Poll for review.
Okay, it's not in pulled for review? Where is it?
And poll for review. It's poll for
It's in
review.
full
No,
for
it's under
review.
project revised.
There you go. We got it.
Page number is 105 in our notebooks.
105 in the notebooks. Okay, 1122.01,
Okay, I think it's up here.
prohibition against disability discrimination in employment.
Yeah, it's up in 1000 section.
All right, and this is one in which we're going to insert the language that we just settled on there.
That's based on genetic.
Where are you inserting it, Kevin?
Where is this being inserted?
It's not. This
Okay,
is-
why is this pulled for further review?
Let me see. Are we on the right one? No, I'm not.
It's 1122.01. I don't,
Perhaps it was actually policy 1122, because that policy on page 101 in our notebooks begins with the general statement that we just edited.
okay.
Yeah, because there's nowhere to insert.
Because it's just
2201.
about disability.
So
Right.
1122 on page 101 in our notebooks begins, "The school district does not discriminate,"
Right.
in the general statement,
And
and
that's
that,
in the poll for review folder. Yeah.
Okay, so Annette and Mr. Whitmer, we're making sure that that is being repaired, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's move to the next one
We're
then.
going to go to 01. Or we are good because we know you're going to put the paragraph in
We've
there.
already done it.
there isn't a paragraph for
No.
that one?
This is only disability, so it's not,
Right.
Okay, so now we're going to go to 1214, policy 1214.
In one book.
Pull
That
for
did-
review.
Everything here should be pulled for further review.
1214.
Solicitation or acceptance of gifts or unauthorized compensation. These
We're
are ones
still
that,
in pool.
1214.
Page 143.
Yes, it is.
Solicitation, okay.
And the section we were looking at specifically is on page 0144, towards the very end of this policy.
Where?
About that the school board would only, has to approve gifts in excess. And this is where Dr. Gullett, I believe, has additional insight for us.
Chair. Attorney Powers, this is the item that I spoke about previously at the meeting that we need to
Right,
pull into
and
11 minutes.
because those were put off for further review, then that's now being brought back up to discuss whatever edits or changes we wish to see in them, right?
Well, except that I have a team working on some updates. Recommendations based on titles,
Okay. So-
relatedly to the other discussions we've had, to make sure that the language is the same with the other items that we've pulled.
All right, so those aren't done
No.
yet? Okay.
So leave it.
So this is just going to have to be one that stays for a future update.
Yeah, we're trying to cross-reference with those other policies that I mentioned and brought forward before. to make sure the language is the same. We found that the language is not the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We can cross-reference and see where the other policies are, but if we're not ready to make the final edits on this one, then that will have to be something that we alter at a future
Yes.
update, and this will go in as is for now. Is that,
So from a timeline standpoint, Attorney Powers, that would mean, my understanding is the timeline is we get these as close as we can today, tomorrow, then we begin advertising our 30-day window of putting them out for review and potentially voting on them in end of February or 1st of March, from a timeline perspective for
right,
rulemaking.
when we're done with this, what we do today, then any policies that staff wants to know any particular, wants any changes to, or wants to suggest any edits, at that point, that's all kind of on hold for, until we get to a policy. We'll need to adopt these policies and then make an alteration in the future. Because this batch, as we complete them today, is the finalized batch, so.
From a timeline standpoint, again, if we don't make changes to this policy, it will have to remain as is, at least through the 1st of March, and then will not actually be edited again until 30 days after that.
Right, and that will then be something that requires future and
Sure,
additional
of
edits.
course.
And if I'm misspeaking in anything there, please let me say.
The other
Right,
alternative is to not, it's just to pull it and not have it adopted now.
I mean, we can simply not have it in there as a policy and then add it at a future point.
Superintendent?
Thank you. If I may, yesterday I mentioned 7230, and I said relatedly, we needed to update 1214, 3214, and 4214. That is underway, and I've provided already, I think, Terry, you have a copy of the updates and the recommendations for 7230?
Gifts,
And so-
grants, and bequests?
Correct. And then we are already working on those others, and we should have those for tomorrow, but we don't have those today because those were just mentioned yesterday.
Okay. So if there are ones that we can, if those edits are done and we can do them tomorrow, we can move it to tomorrow, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But they're all related. So
Oh, I see.
what changes in one needs to change in the other so that we make sure anything going forward is corrected on all of them at once.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to, on my list, I'm drawing a star next to 7230, and then this one, 1214, and those will be items that are on for tomorrow because they're not quite finalized for today.
7230 ready to look at.
Was there another related?
7230 is ready, but 1214, 3214, and 4214, we were verifying that those changes are correct. Because when one policy is pulled in NEOLA, there's cross-referencing across several, so it's taking quite some time when that comes to the table to go back, for the team to go back through all of these documents to find related language.
Since they're interconnected,
They're interconnected.
can we approve those all on tomorrow once we got all of them back? Does that make sense?
I think it certainly might.
Do we, is 7230 directly related to those others, or do we want to go through 7230 now since it's ready?
Can't speak to the policy per se, but I can tell you that 7230 has been submitted. I can tell you there's a portion of 7230 in 1214, 3214, and 4214.
Okay. In your opinion, would it be wiser for us to then do all four of them, or all of those together tomorrow when all of them are ready?
Well, we certainly can, whatever the board
Okay.
would like to do.
So we're looking at 1214, 7230. The other related ones were, I'm looking at 2214. Okay, that's not on this.
We can look at those as a batch,
Yep.
since they're all interconnected.
Okay. Can we access 1217? Are we ready to move to a new one?
And is this gonna be state go to clean or pull? Pull for review.
Everything's in pull for review.
1217, the weapons policy.
What, just for clarification, 1214, does it go to,
It
stay
stays in
in pull for
review.
review?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, on this policy, this is one that I've reviewed. And if it's,
Oh, is 147.
okay, and we had a question on this one, which regarded specifically something as to whether it was statutorily required or whether we could alter it. And that was down on, if you can scan down on this sheet. Okay, and that was under the section that is labeled A, and these are A through D are specific to, they're specifically statutory provisions. Now, specifically, the question was under a person may carry an unloaded firearm in a case to a firearms program, class, or function which has been approved in advance by the principal or site administrator as a program or class to which firearms could be carried. Currently, we don't have any such programs like that. However, statute specifically designates this under an exception, which does say principal. So our question was, can we alter that to superintendent, something like that? My advice would be to go with the statutory language that it is principal. Now, this also does not mean that just principals in general can make any authorizations they see fit. It specifically means that a person may carry an unloaded firearm in a case or firearms program to a firearms program, class, or function which has been approved in advance. So it's something that under statute is already set out there. I would be hesitant to alter that to say that another person broadly is the authority beyond the principal. Now, of course, the principal always is answerable up to his administration, but this indicates that the principal is the one who is where the buck stops, as does statute.
Sounds
Are we
good.
okay with that?
I'm good.
That was the only question for this.
Okay. That was the only question on this one, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, moving to 1362, anti-harassment.
So it's 12, let me ask you a question. 12, so 1217, we're complete with 1217, correct?
Yes.
So it should come out of,
I'm sorry, what was the number?
1362.
Page
Yeah,
162.
let me look at, is this the?
Yeah.
Okay, somebody want to? Okay, who wants to lead this one? You want me to do that?
I mean,
We've got-
this is the same issue with the statement, so it's a
Right,
copy
the
and
statement in the
paste.
second paragraph.
Yes.
Needs to be cut, pasted, and needs to have this exact same language that we approved in the bylaws. Okay.
So you're gonna
Can that
write,
be
We
done
will
now?
do that.
you'll write one,
If you exit out, I'll edit it.
okay, right now.
Yep.
I'm leaving it in to the same place.
Then the next policy on the list. Read that out there.
Is 1420.03.
1420.03.
Page 185.
You're getting good at these page numbers, Nancy.
I'm awake now.
It's still in it. I don't know how it does that.
Come out, you may have to back out and back in.
Why is it green in the text here?
Because it was modified. Those are edits from staff.
Okay, so what's in green are edits from staff on this deferred retirement option program policy, 142.03.
So they struck all of that. Can you get to the part that they actually added? Okay.
Okay, it's going by statute now.
Oh. Okay.
Looks like they struck everything else. Okay.
Yeah, they struck all that other stuff that was,
Right. About benefits and paid sick leave and,
Right. And they're just saying that drop will allow the participant to defer all retirement benefits payable, blah, 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 and receive the drop benefits. Okay. So before it was just all broken out, but now it just seems like it's going strictly with the statute. Is that right?
That would appear to be the case, yes.
Okay. I'm good.
yes, that's good. It
Okay.
takes out some of the other language that was
Let's
confusing.
take a minute and go back to 1217. There was an important part of that. There was two parts in 1217, the weapons policy. That's on page 147. I was asked to give input as to two sections. The first section we did, but I'm going to bring up now the other section on 1217.
See, where'd I put that? 1217, to be cleaned, I've gotta change. To be clean, 1, 2,
It was in pool for review.
yeah, I moved it to be clean, so let me find it.
I saw it there up earlier. 1217.
Yeah,
weapons.
there it
There
is.
it is.
Okay. Now, going down to the second paragraph. Okay, well, let's start by reading the first paragraph, because this is going to take a little bit of thought. But for the exceptions specified below pursuant to state law, the school board prohibits district employees from openly carrying a firearm or carrying concealed weapon or firearm in a school safety zone into any elementary, secondary, or post-secondary school, administration building, as well as into any board meeting, any setting that's under its control and supervision of the board for the purpose of school activities approved and authorized by the board, including but not limited to, and lists all those properties. So, essentially, whether or not an employee has a concealed license, concealed permit, they're not permitted to carry on campus, even if they had such a permit. No one is, except for law enforcement officers. In addition, open carry is permitted in some very restricted ways in Florida statute, but specifically within schools, you can't do it, okay? Now, under that backdrop, within the interior of a private conveyance, Chapter 790.25 says that any person may keep a firearm in their vehicle, securely encased, for example, in a glove box and in a zipper case, concealed, tucked away, left in the vehicle, anywhere you go in the state of Florida without a permit, so long as you're 18 or older, okay? So that's the backdrop to what we're about to get into. If I drive, and there is actually Florida statute on point also that says that I cannot, an employer, other than very specific limitations, cannot restrict that. So if I work for Starbucks and Starbucks doesn't like me having my weapon in the vehicle, under Florida law, too bad. I can drive it there, park it in the parking lot. I just can't touch it once I get there. I can't open the glove box. I can't walk around with it, anything like that. So I can't conceal it on my person. It has to remain within the vehicle, securely encased. That way, if I were going home at night or whatever, or going jogging after, I can have it in the interior of my vehicle. Now, under Florida law, if a school opts for it, we are the only employer, apart from a prison facility, we are the only employer who may, by exercising our option, we can say employees for parking purposes, not for criminal purposes or anything like that, that for purposes of parking on school campus, that employees may or may not have a firearm lawfully carried under 790.25 securely encased in their vehicle. That is an option that NEOLA gives us to decide for policy here. Do we permit employees of the Marion County School District to be, like other employees in any other setting, if they're parking on campus and they have their lawfully carried firearm in their vehicle securely encased, they're permitted to? Or do we exercise our option to say, no, they cannot? In which case, their options would be either to park off campus or along a street beside campus, whatever it might be, or simply not have the firearm at all. Now, note that this doesn't restrict, this is for the purposes of parking privileges, and it is because we're their employer, so we can tell them they can't. Note, however, that wouldn't apply to anyone else who comes in and is going to park. If a parent comes in or someone else comes into the school campus, they may park on campus and lawfully carry under 790.25 with the firearm in their vehicle. But we would be restricting our employees from doing so, and that's up to us. We check that or not.
Yeah. My initial thought on that is that, first of all, there's that discrepancy between people coming on campus that aren't employees, and secondly, how are we really going to enforce that? So my first thought is that let's go with the law. The statute is written and not exercise our option, because I just don't see it, I don't see it being monitored, and I also don't really see it as being fair.
Chair?
Yes.
Yes. I agree with that 100%. And absolutely go with the law, the Florida law, no option. Don't want anybody parking in a street or jumping through hoops or jeopardizing their employment in any regard. Second Amendment, just straight away. Florida statute, straight away. Federal, straight away. None of that extra option.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell?
And I agree as well. I'm picturing scenarios of when this might actually occur, perhaps employees going hunting or something after, and they have them securely in, a truck lockbox, all of those kinds of things. And if we're saying, no, you can't go do those kinds of extracurricular activities for recreation immediately following your school day, then that treats our employees differently than the general population. And Florida statute is specific for a reason. So I'm fine with that. Obviously, all the statute says securely encased and in a purpose of the vehicle, and you're never going to have it on your person, and all of those kinds of things on the school campus. So I'm fine with the way the other two board members are leaning.
Thank you, Chair. I support whatever the board wants to do on this. I think we have to look at the monitoring as an issue and how we're going to manage that equitably.
In high school, for example, you know, where would the employees park? They'd be right on, you know, on 329. And so an employee, because they can't do what's constitutional, ends up getting hit by a dump truck because they had to park off campus. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think logistically it's enforceable, and second of all, I don't think it's right. So I'm ready to move on.
100%. I love your examples, and you're stating it beautifully. Thank you.
Oh, listen, I'm law enforcement, so you know how I feel about it. I mean, if you're waiting on me to dissent, I'm not going to dissent. So, no. So, it's a no-brainer for me, so we can keep moving beyond that. So.
I realize there's a lot of legal research that has to happen, or I had to put into learning everything about this. So if anyone else has any other questions about it, I stand ready to answer them. But otherwise, we will delete that paragraph right there, paragraph number 2. And I think that everything else on this policy is done.
So that was out of. We're through with that one.
We're through with that one.
So
That
you
one's
can
done.
pull it out of there.
Yeah, genuinely, really, for
Okay.
real.
Keep rolling.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to be moving faster with these.
Now, moving on to leaves of absence, policy 1430.
That is page number 190.
Thank you.
Is it 1430.01 or just 1430?
No, I have just 1430. We are going to discuss
Okay, 188.
1430.02 and 03 and 08, but
Oh, okay.
This is just 30.
okay, 1430, leaves of absence. Now, what do we have here? Do we have, these are just edits. And the edits are identified by the red highlighting
In the green.
and green. The red highlighting of what was stricken and the green highlighting of what we intended to add. And this, I think in our previous discussions, we talked about what we needed to strike and how we needed to change it, and I think these are edits that staff proposed. Specifically, and I can read it so that but under A, the first, sorry, back up. There was another red strike up there. An employee who is on, it says board-approved leave. We don't really technically have such a thing, I don't believe. So it was, they were going to put uncompensated leave. And then moving down, paid leaves of absence may include vacation, sick leave, personal charge to sick, jury witness duty, illness or injury in line of duty, family and medical leave, and it says professional and military. They just edited that to military, professional leave, maternity/paternity, and district medical leave. Does that sufficiently encompass everything we want? Okay.
The top, very top paragraph.
All right, and then there's also a section under 8 for bereavement leave. Going to the very top of this policy. There we go. A leave of absence is permission granted or allowed by the superintendent or school board, because it used to just say allowed by school board. So this policy would accept that the superintendent or school board may grant such leave of absence.
Correct. That's correct.
Yes.
And all of those policies that relate have been updated.
Right. Oh, yes, and those other ones, 1430.02, 1430.03.
Before you go further, I understand it. I know what this one is, that when you went to the superintendent or the school board may grant, just for the record, state why. Because there are leaves that the superintendent will approve, but there's also leave that the board approves, such as yours or hers. I mean, I need that on the record so people
Right.
understand.
And there
For
would
clarity.
be, yes.
That wasn't the case ever before, because we
Correct.
had an elected
Right,
superintendent.
I just wanted for clarity's sake to be out there, because somebody would say, well, what do you mean? I need to go to, I don't want the custodian calling the school board to say, can you approve my leave? That's why, right.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to add to that as well.
So these we still need to call.
For clarity purpose as well, because as you move down through that policy, it talks about the superintendent is authorized and the paid leaves may include, doesn't mean that they will. For example, I'll point out an example is professional leave. It doesn't mean that we can afford while we want to support professional leave, that employees are gone and we're paying for their salaries and we have to pay for their subs. And so I just want to make that clear as well. Yes, so there's not confusion.
Those identical edits that you're talking about, or that we're talking about right now, are going to go from here directly into 3430, 4430 as well. So we won't need to discuss those two that are on our list. So
Which ones?
1430, there are equivalent paragraphs under 3430 and 4430.
Okay.
So those will be those will be checked off as well.
Okay.
So we got rid of 3 and 1. However, we do have 3 subsections to 1430 that we need to talk about. Under 1430.02, domestic violence leave.
Oh, yeah, we talked a lot about this.
Yes.
And just give us a moment while we
That's
notate what.
page 197.
Okay. 1430.02.
The 3 months,
It's right under 1430 there, yep.
the 3 months requirement in
Oh,
the
I
first
see.
sentence is statutory, I believe.
The 3 months is statutory?
Let's
I'm
check
looking,
that.
I'm looking.
1430.02.
Right there.
02.
Right under domestic violence leave, right?
Yep.
Okay. If it's statutorial, the
This
statute
section
should be.
applies to an employer who employs 30 or 50 or more employees, and to an employee who has been employed by the employer for 3 months or more, 3 or more months.
And
So-
what we had done here was that though statute does not require us to provide this sort of leave to people who have been employed with us for less than 3 months, we have recognized the fact that there may be scenarios in which someone has now gotten a job through us and is trying to move on with their life and may have been here less than 3 months and is entitled. Or we
That's
wish
why we
to.
struck that.
Right, and that's why we struck that.
Correct. Okay.
So was
So
there
it
any
needs-
other edit on this one?
Yeah,
Well,
the
the
way,
language is not, the sentence is
It
not
says
correct.
right, the sentence isn't correct.
School
Okay,
board
the school
will,
board will,
Will grant leave for
It
an
should be grant.
employee.
You have to restore that,
Here, let me
struck out.
restore that,
yeah,
fix it.
If the employer, family, or household member is the
Right.
victim of domestic or sexual violence, so we just took out the 3 months.
The 3 months.
right.
Okay.
So will grant leave for an employee,
I'm just gonna add it.
strike shall. Okay.
For an employee who has,
and nope, not who has,
Or.
Will
it
grant
said-
leave
yeah, right.
for
For
an employee.
Or a family or whatever.
Well,
If
no,
the
it-
employee-
for an
and then it goes
employee,
on.
For an
comma,
employee.
if the employee or family member has a, yes.
Right.
Yeah,
And then
there you
just,
go.
yep, you're good.
Simply that.
And is that, that's
And
it?
it's will
Right,
grant.
right, right.
Like, and we're keeping it at will.
1430
We're not keeping it at shall. That's, it may need to be shall. It may need to be shall. While we are giving this leniency, if the statute says shall, then let's go with statute.
Does the statute say shall or will?
I don't know.
Mr. Whitmer, do you have the,
I do. An employer shall permit an employee to request and
Okay.
take
Shall.
up to 3 working days of leave.
Shall.
there you go.
Yes, school board shall.
Thank you for that catch.
Yes.
Okay.
So you remove the word will.
That's all
Yeah,
for
got it.
14.
Okay, perfect.
1430.02.
Okay.
Our next one that we will be looking at is 1430.03, sick leave. Sorry, it takes a moment at the end of each of these to
Yeah.
set them and
To be
move them
clean,
to the
yep.
next section. So 1430.03, sick leave.
I gotta change it for that.
Okay, once again, let's see where our edits were on this one.
All the way down.
Can you
Yeah.
Keep going down.
scan down there? So we
This
get
is a
to
long
our edits.
policy.
There we go. An employee who has used all accrued sick leave but is determined by the superintendent to be otherwise entitled to sick leave may request, and I would suggest that language, for the language here, that this be changed just a little bit from that proposed edit to an employee who has used all accrued sick leave comma, but is otherwise entitled to sick leave as determined by the superintendent. Or, yes, yes.
ED, otherwise entitled, ED.
With a D.
Okay,
to sick-
otherwise entitled, ED, see that? To sick leave as determined by the superintendent,
May request,
may request, so delete everything up until,
the word may.
from is to may. Right there,
Yep.
yep. Any wordsmithing that would improve that?
Otherwise is entitled?
But otherwise, employee who has used all accrued sick leave but is otherwise entitled.
In a previous statement, just a couple above that, we say the superintendent or his or her designee. And I know that, I think the word superintendent means or his or her designee throughout.
Correct.
So I think we can actually strike that there as well.
Yes. I would also go back down and place commas in, is otherwise entitled to sick leave, comma, as determined by the superintendent,
Comma, yes. I agree.
comma.
May request.
I need
Yes.
some clarification on this one.
Yes, ma'am.
Help me understand what would be a situation where someone's used all their accrued sick leave and but yet the superintendent would determine that they're entitled to sick leave. And my concern about that is I worry, not for Dr. Gullett, but in a situation where to me, that almost invites favoritism. Because it might be granted, but it might not be as I just need some help understanding, like, give me some examples of where that would.
Maybe
be
I'll give an
appropriate.
example and then we can talk through it.
Yeah.
So, I
Well-
mean, you all have probably, oh, sorry, do you?
No, sure, I just wanted to point out, though, also, at the last sentence of that paragraph, the claim for such sick leave, they have to put it in writing, may request it, the claim for such sick leave shall clearly state that the leave is without compensation. So this is uncompensated leave,
But that still means their job would be protected,
Right.
right?
which means that job is not being worked.
Correct.
So I don't know, It just,
Position being held.
yeah.
And perhaps, I don't know. I mean, right now, I know I've been getting emails, and I'm certain you have as well, from employees about us changing the COVID leave policy. Perhaps if we had an employee, and I'm going to say at the administrative level, because so would that be favoritism? Perhaps. But if we had an administrator that is the lone person in such and such role that may have used all their sick leave and want to maintain that their job is or maybe they've just been appointed into this position. I don't know. COVID throws a wrench into this right here because of what we currently have.
Because we would do that
in
for everybody, I
place.
would think then.
Right.
And it wouldn't be because the superintendent decided to or not, that would be our policy.
Well, currently
Or
our
our
policy.
MOU, or all those things we've done.
Right, currently our policy gives them 10 days,
Right.
and that's it. And they have to use their sick time. And
Once
use it.
sick time is gone.
And once it's gone, you get 10 days uncompensated, right? And then you're done. Is the way our new policy is. So,
If that's what your practice is now, then you might want to consider putting a time limit on the uncompensated, up to 10 days or something like that, in here. Otherwise, again, there's no guidance to it.
right.
Y'all know how I feel about,
Unless, and then a caveat, like unless, and maybe just, again, not having it be determined by the superintendent, having it be, extraordinary circumstances that would be addressed collectively, for everybody. I'm not comfortable with what it says right now.
because it leads to, showing some type of
Right,
favoritism.
favoritism, I can see that. And we don't want to put the superintendent nor
And
her
that-
staff in a position that
How come they got it
they're
and I
having to
didn't?
make decisions like that.
Yeah.
And this would allow that.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Something to consider would be perhaps to have it board-approved beyond the scope of the typical sick leave. Then how about if we consider board approval? That way it's very public. These are beyond the scope of the sick leave.
Because currently the board is making policy that says just that. We're the ones that are dictating the policy if we move to the COVID protocols.
In
It's a-
response to COVID is the perfect
Right.
modern example.
And it was because of the
Right.
pandemic that this
Yeah, and we did that
conversation
for
began,
everybody.
of
We
not
did
that for
people
Right.
losing their
Right.
positions.
It was
Right.
in resolution,
Just
it
do a
wasn't in
It's a
policy.
resolution.
Extraordinary circumstance.
Correct.
That's fine. That's perfect.
And we're entitled to, not entitled, but I would say we're obligated to create resolutions that match the urgency and need of the time.
Right.
So, yes, so maybe that's separate from this. And so I'm reading an employee who has used all their sick leave. And I think that's where the beyond 10-day thing, Mr. Whitmer, that you shared. And if we just left it like that, I would be fine if it didn't say as determined by the superintendent. And then we can still come up with any resolution we want to be responsive to what,
To the times.
yes.
So I want to read the sentence again because now I'm even confused on the semantics. So an employee who's used all accrued sick leave but is otherwise entitled to sick leave.
Yeah, what does that even mean?
In other
Right.
words, they are genuinely sick, or they have some documented sick leave. They would be entitled to sick leave. You're not giving them sick leave just because they're going to be absent on like professional leave or something
Right.
like that, or long vacation, you're gonna call
Sure.
it sick leave. They're otherwise entitled to sick leave.
Okay.
They just wouldn't have compensated sick leave because of the fact that they are they've perhaps used it all.
So
Could
there-
they
so
then
there-
say, has a documented medical condition, or,
But-
you know, because otherwise entitled, what is that?
But then when
Right.
do we get into FMLA? Like, there's, you know, there's,
Yeah,
So so basically what this is saying, someone that is entitled to sick leave that's out currently are not accruing any sick leave because they're on sick leave, correct?
Right, and I think to the degree that we need to, we could try to cross-reference this. I don't want to overcomplicate it, but we could cross-reference it to whatever our sick leave
Policy
policy
is.
largely and in general is.
How do an employee accrue sick leave?
they get 1 day, and,
Per pay period?
yeah, it says right here, 4 days of earned sick leave credit shall be annually advanced at the end of the first month of employment for each contract year. And 1 day of sick leave will be advanced at the end of each successive month of employment. However, each employee is entitled to earn no more than 1 day of sick leave times the number of months of employment during the year of employment.
which is a separate conversation from what we're having right now, but I am also interested in changing our sick leave banking of hours, that we don't allow that to be an unlimited number of sick days being banked. Literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours being banked that essentially get cashed out when that person decides they retire or move on or et cetera. So at some point, and it's probably not now to address that, but I think there needs to be a cap on the amount of hours that can be accrued.
Because they were a good employee and didn't use up all their time that they were entitled to? I don't know. That is a
not-
conversation for another
Yeah,
time.
That is a
I believe-
conversation for another
I
time.
believe there
It's
already
a conversation
is-
for another time.
Yeah, it does
Yeah.
sound like you're punishing somebody for.
'Cause I'm sure
for
you
coming in.
have-
No, not punishing. It's a different form of looking at
I
sick
know what
time.
you're thinking about.
Right, right. And
I
I'm sure
know,
you've
but-
got explanations and things that you want to share.
Sure
but-
do.
So let's do it.
Yeah.
another time.
And just FYI, I believe there already is
When
a
you
cap.
retire.
I don't know what
Yes,
it is,
there is.
There's a cap.
but
A statutory limit on how much you can be compensated for on sick leave or
Right.
vacation leave.
Yeah.
On a percentage basis.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. That is, I
It-
forgot about
okay.
that.
Yeah, that's
Is the
already
cap, okay,
know what it is
that's
right
fine, as long as there's a statute. If you have a year of sick time and you just are holding onto your job, anyway, it's all right. Statute, great.
okay, so that would complete this one if we're happy with.
Are we? I don't know that we
remaining in
are.
operation.
I don't think so.
But is otherwise entitled to sick leave, what is that? I mean, I think I understand it, but
An employee who has used all accrued sick
They're
leave
found to be sick or
may
evidence of sickness.
that's why
Whatever
they
their
be using sick
normal,
leave, because they're sick, right?
not
They
always.
used it all.
yeah.
Well,
it-
sort of. Mental health days. May request and may be.
Can you
granted.
think of those scenarios in which an employee would not be entitled to sick leave? An employee is entitled to sick leave so long, I mean, I don't think we require documentation if I take a sick leave day, or if someone takes, a week of sick leave, maybe we have a documentation requirement for a longer period, but I don't think so.
I don't think we asked for
So,
it.
I think otherwise, what this is saying is that if there's some reason for which the employee would not be entitled to receive normal sick leave, they're not gonna get it this way either. But if they are otherwise, and if they're clear as far as they're entitled to sick leave, which would be the default position that everyone in the district, is, if they're otherwise entitled to sick leave, then they can also, the superintendent could exercise this option. If for some reason they wouldn't be able to use our regular sick leave policy, whatever that reason may be, then they're not going to get it through this option either. I mean, if we could simply delete, but is otherwise entitled to sick leave as determined by the superintendent, and say an employee who has used all accrued sick leave may request and be granted sick leave without pay. But the comma there is, but is otherwise entitled to sick leave as determined by the superintendent. So the superintendent makes that determination as to whether that employee would otherwise be entitled. And that's, I think that gives the superintendent the discretion to say, no, this employee is just, this employee's in Italy and is going to take longer to come back from Italy because they got an extension of their vacation or something. Yeah, I don't know. That's not sick leave worthy.
COVID took place and it's closed down the passports.
Well, in that
Some
case,
reason.
right.
Stuck,
In that
yeah.
case, the superintendent could say, well, we believe that is. They're stuck on a cruise ship.
Right.
They're frozen at an airport, that's the way it is.
And it
Right.
says may, so that gives the leeway.
Right.
And there's no way we could classify all of the potential reasons why. I mean, we just heard cruise ships, we just heard country shutting down, we would have never thought of those 2 years ago,
And then discretion of a superintendent is perfect, so.
because that's operational.
And once again, the request that is made for that has to clearly state the leave is without compensation. So
Yeah.
at the end of the day, all this is doing is saying that the person is going to be able to take that time, but they're not going to
Maybe.
be compensated. Or may be able to take that
According
time
to the superintendent.
at the superintendent's discretion, however, not be compensated for it.
Yep.
How do you feel about that, Dr.?
Superintendent?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to note here that when we refer to superintendent designee, that we would have something in procedure that would be in writing. So I want to use the word to say that we're not going to be arbitrary, so that there's equity in that. There would be something written in procedure so that the employees know what that looks like.
Yeah, because I don't want us to just, I don't want it to be haphazard where there's no consistency.
There would be written procedures
Yeah,
to
there
address
has to
this.
be.
Now, the board typically takes action on things like this via a resolution in specific, but I wonder whether in this particular section, we wish to add, an employee has used all emergency or accrued sick leave, but is otherwise entitled to sick leave as determined by the superintendent or school board.
Okay, so let's take a recess, and you can think about that, Attorney Powers,
Yes, yes,
while
sir.
we having a recess. So we're going to break
Give us your best legal
for a few minutes.
sentence.
Yes, sir.
Let's
And
recess.
I've found the statute, and actually that's wrong, by the way.
Let's recess. We'll come back at 11 o'clock. We're back on. We'll continue with the NEOLA policy review. Attorney.
Okay, when we left off, we were working on policy 1430.03, sick leave. And we were down on the paragraph, which currently states, an employee who has used all accrued sick leave, but is otherwise entitled to sick leave as determined by the superintendent, may request and may be granted sick leave without pay. The claim for such sick leave shall clearly state that the leave is without compensation. And from there, our discussion was regarding our thoughts on that particular item. Any other edits, thoughts, anything that we have on this?
We had some thoughts on that.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that came from the NEOLA template or not. It looks like it did, but I think the policy's been cleaned once, and so the edits may not show. But there is such a thing as a sick leave bank, and that certainly would cover people who need sick leave beyond what they have themselves accrued. So
Not necessarily, because you have to have a really catastrophic
right,
illness
yes.
to qualify for sick leave bank.
So for catastrophic illnesses, there's a good argument to not have this provision in policy at all, because it is subject to abuse, and it will lead to disparate treatment possibly, like you mentioned. So it's certainly not required in the law to have this in your policy. When somebody runs out of sick leave, they can use other kinds of leave. They can be approved for other kinds of leave also. It may not be necessary to have this, but it's the board's decision. I think it may be a local policy, though, because it looks like it was in your,
Yeah, it's in our current policy.
Yes,
Yeah,
this
I-
wording, this sentence similarly was worded in our current policy.
Would you mind reading that current policy again, just so everyone can hear it?
Current policy is I'm sorry.
Take it back.
it's like
6.549. Going down to item number 4, says an employee who has used all accrued sick leave but is otherwise entitled to sick leave may request and may be granted sick leave without pay. The claim for such sick leave shall clearly state the leave is without compensation. So that's currently a policy that is exactly that language.
Well, not exactly, but
Well,
when
it-
was it put in there? How old is that policy?
This-
I'm wondering if it predates FMLA and some of the other modern,
It was last revised on March 11th, 2014.
But it was adopted initially in 2000, March 14th of 2000. The revision on 311 may have been a revision to any part of the policy, not necessarily that one.
I'm just wondering what you think, Dr. Gullett, because I tend to agree with Mr. Whitmer on this one, that let's just take it out, because there's FMLA, but there's other options now that maybe weren't available 22 years ago.
I
Right?
agree with that.
Thank you. So Chair, Board, I agree. I think if we take it out, then we have the opportunity to have resolutions and other things in place to address, hopefully no future pandemics, but should they occur, we could address it as such.
Right. And then it does make me wonder, because of what we've been going through, it would be good to know if we have any employees that have been on like a perpetual sick leave, and what we have in procedure to be checking on in with those employees, first of all, to make sure they're hopefully recovering, and then a return to work plan.
Right.
Couldn't the superintendent handle that in procedure?
Yes.
You know, she just
Right.
can.
Yeah, it's just
And
a
she's going to have a myriad, that's infinite. possibilities, and you could bring it to the board if in fact you couldn't handle it.
And we currently do that, so if someone's on a extended leave, information is shared with the board, with the employee that their leave is coming to conclusion, so they're notified of that already. Should be notified of that already.
Okay.
Because that's why we
So we're going to
While
delete
we're,
that.
yeah, I'm sorry, while we're still on that policy, just because in the break, Mr. Whitmer and I were talking about the Florida statute, which is 1012.61. If we scroll down to the very bottom, I just want to, Mr. Whitmer, in this statute that I'm reading right off of Florida statute, again, 1012.61, it specifies that district, this is in item number 3, district school boards may adopt rules permitting the annual payment of accumulated sick leave that is earned for that year that is unused at the end of the school year based on the daily rate of pay of the employee multiplied by up to 80% is what statute says. And at the bottom of this policy that we're looking at, I want to make sure that I'm reading statute correctly in comparison to the NEOLA policy, because the NEOLA policy that we are about to move forward with says during and after the 13th year of service, the daily rate of pay multiplied by 100% times the number of days of accumulated sick leave is the amount that they may. I just want to make sure that I'm not mixing up two things here, but statute, as I just read it in item,
Statute that you were reading applies to instructional and support employees. This policy applies to administrative employees.
oh,
And
okay.
this, the paragraph following what we were reading authorizes this kind of policy.
Okay, for administrators only. Okay, okay, thank you.
Why would administrators be entitled to 100% and others only 80%?
See, that's the question,
That's-
as we
that's the way-
discussed.
That's just a local policy decision
Right.
that you make.
It's a local policy decision.
Right, and
So-
doesn't have to be the way it is now. And that was part of our conversation. So the way statute is written, it protects instructional and other employees, non-instructs too as well, but administrators are handled, they're not actually included into some of the
The
statute.
NEOLA template was different. It went 35%, 40%, 45, 50, and then it went to 100 after 13 years in the NEOLA template. So that,
For
what your
administrators.
staff has done is just short it down.
And that matches what's in the collective bargaining agreement, so,
But administrators aren't in collective bargaining?
correct.
Correct.
Just for a point of conversation, I'm not saying one way or the other, we're in the administrative part of the policy discussion.
Is there a consensus to remove the unpaid sick leave?
I think, do we have consensus to improve the, okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And when would be the right time to talk about this other issue, because, or, I don't want to say issue, just point of being able to make it across the board, and maybe that has to be negotiated, through the union and all of that, so that's something that we may want to put in our back pockets.
But this policy right here, if I'm not mistaken, we are just talking about the administrators. The other policies that align with this will be in subsequent sections,
But one class is 80%.
like the
and one class is
3,000,
100.
the 4,000, those sick leave
Can you
policies.
find out what you have currently? Terminal pay for administrators.
Right. Instructional and support, you're saying?
Right.
So,
Right.
so you're saying this doesn't have anything to do with instructional? or
So
non-
this particular
non-instructional?
policy is for administrators
Only.
only,
Where y'all see that at?
because it is under tab 1,000, which is administration. There is a separate sick leave policy that would, I'm assuming, being 3430 for instructional and 4340 for non-instruct.
Yeah. See, at the top, it says, section 1,000, administration, clean. And
Right.
then you get into the 3,000s and the 4,000s, and then you're looking at instructional staff, clean, and then support staff.
Right. I'm just going to look at the instructional one.
It just kind of is, scroll up on the screen, please. Not that side, the other side.
The actual policy.
Yeah.
The policy?
Yeah.
Because when you see A, B, and C, yeah, the policy, yes, just scroll up. It just kind of is, keep going. Keep going.
And
Keep going. We're in 1430.03, right?
Right.
yes. I think.
Yeah, go down to 3. I'm sorry, keep going, keep going.
Terminal pay.
What's the lead charge on to?
You'll notice that the way they have it drafted, terminal pay doesn't begin until the 10th year of service
Wait a minute, I'm on something.
for administrators. And with-
Right.
And that's consistent with current board policy.
Sure.
Go back. The other way. Keep going. Keep going. A little bit more.
And
Keep going.
while you're scrolling, I am looking
Right,
at,
it's right there. Where it says A, B, and C, administrative and non-instructional personnel, instructional personnel. So it's like this policy is talking about several classes in one.
He's saying it has administrative, we're saying it's
That's why I asked.
right, no, I understand.
That's why I asked the question, why are we saying this is just administrative? Because right here, it clearly says administrative and non-instructional personnel. Are you looking at A?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and yeah.
Okay.
But so it sounds like it's the same for personal leave chargeable to sick leave, but not for terminal pay.
Right.
But you're right, that is mixed in.
Yeah, it's mixed in there.
This was language, I believe, from your current policy. It's been pasted in.
Probably. Because it does mirror what we have. But let me see. I can
So,
tell you.
and not to throw a cog in the wheel, but again, if I'm reading the statute, it says that any unused balance at the end of the school year based on the daily rate of pay of the employee multiplied by up to 80%. That is the way the statute is written, and if we're looking at our policy in this book, 3430.03 sick leave for instruct, so this is for teachers, it has the same language of during the 13th year of service, daily rate of pay multiplied by 100%. And I want to, and that's bargained, I'm certain it is, but is that going against statute? If you, on this statute, I want to make sure. I mean, I know NEOLA should be aligning with statute,
I
but
mean,
this.
you are paying 80%, and then you're paying an additional amount. If you see the statute as a ceiling,
Multiplied by up to 80%,
Multiplied by 100, yeah.
and we are multiplying by 100%.
And that is in the collective
that's,
bargaining
looks like
agreement.
it's gone.
And I want to make sure I'm reading that correct in statute, if I'm missing something there
It
that,
says up to.
it says up to, and I'll read the actual thing again. District school boards may adopt rules permitting the annual payment for accumulated sick leave that is earned for that year and that is unused at the end of the school year based on the daily rate of pay of the employee multiplied by up to 80%. Days for which such payment is received shall be deducted from the accumulated leave balance.
So we went beyond the statute. That's what it sounds like.
I mean, I want to make sure that, and I'm certain it's bargained. I mean, I'm certain that's a part of that. I just want to make sure we're not doing
The
anything
statute
against it.
says during and after the 13th year of employment, the daily rate of pay multiplied by 100%.
That's after 13 years, though.
Right.
And what you're saying is, it could be,
She's saying, what'd you say the statute said? After what year?
So is that, so this is in subsection A, B, C, D. Okay. So then what is, if you're looking at the statute too, Terry, tell me what number 3 means then? Is that for only 1 year? Because I see that during the first 3 years of service, it can be multiplied at 35%, but that's following the statement I just read. So I'm just curious to know if this is 2 contradictory statements in the same statute? I don't understand why it's going to mention 80% in one section and then give you up to 100% in another.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Oliver can address it from
Okay. So we can get Ms. Oliver to address it.
Okay, that's fine. We
If
can
you-
move on.
if
I
you'd
just,
like.
since I pulled up the statute, I'm
come
getting
up
more
if you
confused
want.
by the statute than I am by the policy.
Yeah. And I also wonder too, since this is, under the administrative tab,
No, I understand the difference. The preceding paragraph there says boards may adopt rules permitting the annual payment. That means they stay employed,
Okay,
but they're getting an annual payment,
so they get to cash out sick leave every year.
yeah.
well, they have the opportunity to.
Typically, they have to keep so many sick leaves on the book, so they don't gut their sick leave, and then if they have over that, then that goes.
Okay, all right. Then my question has been clarified.
Yeah, that's not terminal.
Thank
And
you.
that's not required by statute that you take that distribution.
May establish those
May,
policies.
okay.
May establish, so
Okay.
the district doesn't, I
Okay.
don't think the district has a policy established to
Okay.
cash out.
All right.
Okay,
No.
We don't have that.
that has been
Not to my
That would
clarified.
be
knowledge.
part
No,
of
not to my
the
knowledge. I'd have to
instructional
check with
anyway.
Thank
my
you.
knowledge.
Yeah.
Chair, getting back to your point about mixing and mingling, because we're in the 1000s, which is supposed to be specific to administrative, right? So I'm wondering if I'm on page 0200, under number 3, personal leave chargeable to sick leave, would it be more clear to have in this section only be addressing administrative, because that's what the section is, and then in the subsequent sections, 3000 and 4000, put that in the appropriate section, non-instructional and instructional, because right now they're mixed.
That's right, yeah. That's what's throwing me with that. And if I was an employee that was not an administrator, I would go to this one. I would look at this one and read it and,
Because even though they're getting the same, it's,
it's just intermingled. It's
right.
It's just all mixed in there together.
Okay, well, let me check real quick here on the use. That whole section about personal chargeable to sick leave has been added in. It's not part of the original policy, so,
Because it's also not in the 3430.03. It's not carried over.
Yeah,
So,
it's something we do.
this is permissive in the statute to allow up to 6 days a year of sick leave for personal reasons. That's
Right.
permissive.
Right.
And then the next paragraph is repetitive of what's up above, entitled to earn 1 day of sick leave per month of employment, cumulative from year to year. And that says that at the beginning under accrual in our policy. So I don't think you need that sentence. And then, of course, you don't need anything about instructional or support or non-instructional.
And then as you go down further, it talks about, again, commingling administrative and instructional personnel. A false claim for sick leave shall be deemed cause for cancellation of the contract and for action seeking the revocation of the teaching contract. And then the next little sentence says, non-instructional personnel, a false claim for sick leave shall be deemed grounds for termination of the employee because they don't have a teaching contract. And again, I think the chair's point is well taken, that why is this all being commingled into, under administration, when they really should be separated out into their appropriate
And,
sections?
right, and so Chair,
that's
if I
something
may.
we need to get staff to do.
Okay.
The point number 3, just the personal leave chargeable to sick leave, can that whole section not just be excluded here? Because as Mr. Whitmer indicated, it says the exact same information, I believe, as what the accrual is.
I'm not sure the 6 days is in anywhere else, though, in here. And it's appropriate to put it there, because employees may be allowed up to 6 days paid leave for personal reasons each year to be charged. It's abuse of sick leave. So that sentence is fine, I think.
Okay? And then, but remove the rest of it, because each one of the sections has point A, accrual, And then it's A1, 4 days of earned sick credit shall be blah, 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 blah. A2, an employee who is in active pay status receives, I'm looking at accrual, yeah. Including leave with pay, shall earn sick leave for each month in which she receives pay for the 15th of the month. An employee who is on leave without pay during the month. I mean, it's,
I think we should allow staff to revise that again, come back with it.
So to be pulled,
Yeah, we'll just leave it in there.
I have it in clean, so I need to put it to pulled.
Yeah. We can bring that one back.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
we
that'll
spent a lot of
affect
time on that, sorry.
Okay, that will affect all of the sick leave ones, right?
Not necessarily, because that section is only in that one.
Okay.
It's not listed in the other ones, because I think they've included instructional, non-instructional, all of that in that one section.
I didn't get to them, they're not on the list anyway.
Okay.
So we're saying your staff send it over there again?
Yeah.
All right, if you want to put that one
14:30,
aside, then we'll
08.
move to the next. Chair Cummings, are ready to move to the next one, or do, I note that it's 11:30.
Is it 11:30 already? Yeah, let's break
So
for lunch.
did we land on making sure that whatever is administrative is administrative, and whatever speaks to instructional and support
Yeah,
goes
that's
into
what
their
staff's
respective
gonna
categories?
Yes, we'll fix that.
Okay.
Right.
Okay,
Staff's
let's recess for lunch, guys.
Staff needs to look at it.
And, we'll come back after lunch and try and put a bigger
Knock
dent
it out.
into this thing, okay?
Yep.
Let's
Are we
recess.
going to the
Lunch recess.
cafeteria, or
We
what's
are.
the-
Yes.
Okay.
Cafe.
We're back on. For the sake of time and for the sake of making sure that we are doing our due diligence and everything, I want to make a recommendation to the board and the superintendent, attorney, and NEOLA that with these ones that we've been reviewing about leave, that we put that back into the hands of our superintendent and her staff and let them come back to us with the workarounds and the suggestions, because there's obviously some things that we need to look at, and we need to give them time to do their job. Okay?
Okay,
Ms. Dora?
so moving
Ms. Campbell?
past the leave provisions,
Yes.
shall we pick up with
Can we pick up with, I guess,
1440 job-related expenses?
Yes.
okay.
Where would you like, oh, wait, this one.
To be pulled for review.
See, pulled for review. And we have a number of these items that are
Related.
edits are going back to the professional leave, for example, that we have a number of these as well as some others that are in the editing process and edits are still filtering in. That being the case, those edits filtering in, we have to data entry them in. And at that point, we will, I don't know if those are going to be prepared for us to address by tomorrow. So that may be something we end up having to do another additional date that we advertise in advance or pick it up at another work session. But for now, moving on to 1440, job-related expenses.
That's page 0213.
Thank you, Ms. Thor.
Yeah, I remember the extensive conversation about this one. I'm comfortable with removing that statement that says accrual of personal frequent flyer miles, et cetera, is strictly prohibited. And that was the discussion we had before. That, I think that's the only change that was being made to this, but that's up to you all.
And that was deleted, what's in green there, right?
Yes.
Any other input on that? We had discussed this policy, it was about the hotel and bonus points and credit card rewards and
Yeah,
things like that.
we talked that one out.
We
I thought
got
we
rid
had
of that.
already talked that one out.
Okay, so we're done?
extensively.
Done. I'm happy.
Okay, that was quick. Moving then to 312.12.01, prohibition against disability discrimination in employment. I am presuming this is one we just need to check all of our
The dirty
references.
I think so, but just trying to get to it to verify.
I mean, there were some changes.
It's only for disability though, remember?
Right, okay.
There's
It's
a
in
section.
full for review.
3122.01. This is a staff suggestion under complaint procedures that we add the following language. Unless expressly stated otherwise, the term day or days as used in this policy means business days, i.e. a day that the board office is open from normal operating hours. We should need to edit that within the word, it says
Just a
form,
second. I
open
hadn't gotten
form.
there yet.
We're on page 352.
Thank you. I'm like, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I got one correction in that statement. That green statement, open, board office is open for. You got form.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying right now is the open for
Procedure.
Normal
duty-
operating
Normal
hours.
operating duty. Hours.
It's actually 353.
Yes.
And
And then going down under retaliation. That in green. Formal complaints alleging retaliation may be filed according to the internal complaint process set forth above. And the exercise of rights protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution does not constitute retaliation prohibited under this policy. At the bottom under notice, just that it will be published on the district's website and posted throughout the district. And in the district's recruitment statements or general information publications. So instead of just saying published, it's indicating the wheres
Included.
of where we should publish.
that's good.
Right?
To be cleaned.
think those are.
moving
yeah, I
it
think
to be
those-
cleaned. Moving on then to
Revised.
now 3362, an anti-harassment. That is the same as in 1362 that we've already addressed.
30, you said 33?
3362.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Give us a moment to pull it up here.
It's okay, we just have to get through it.
Is that on page 420?
I don't have the hard copy in front of me, so
Okay, just a sec.
4362.
33 or 43?
33.
I'm sorry, 3362.
Okay. It starts on page 40411
Yes.
and goes to page 0420, I think is what you're referencing.
So that's our.
And again, this is one that,
411,
411, thank
yeah.
you.
this is one that we are inserting the
The new
language we
language.
just talked about this morning, deleting that which is in green, which you already approved for the related anti-harassment policy 1362. And then moving down, was there anything else unique to this one?
There's a lot of words there. Is this new NEOLA language? Is that what this is, or?
This in green would be staff suggested edits, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Those are definitions. And under
These
A,
edits were not in 1462, under 3?
I don't recall them.
14-1.
It would have been 1362. I'll look.
Chair, if I may.
yes, ma'am.
Attorney Powers, I bring to your attention on here under C, the section 504, we still have listing of positions including Director of Student Services, which does not exist. So that would be language we would need to change. It is on page 416, for those of you following in your hard copy.
Thank you.
That would need to be updated when we,
3362.
so if we can,
Yeah.
according to what the attorneys advise on statute, I would recommend that we, again, try to stay away from specific titles, except where required by law.
Where is that at? I'm sorry.
It is page 416, and then also listed
Under what section?
under
Under the section.
section 4,
Okay.
letter C,
Is that what this?
Publication required.
subtitled Section 504, Compliance
Yeah,
Officer
she's given
88.
the direction.
Title 9 has been renamed to Title 9 Coordinators.
Got you.
So
So
to
I would-
answer your question,
See?
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I was just
We'll
going
go
to say
back.
if attorneys could advise on whether
Right,
that could be
let's get
removed.
to
That's not
the-
inaccurate.
Let's get to where it appears on this screen here, so.
Where is that?
So it's under section C,
It's changed.
it's in green.
It's in green, yeah.
in green, for purposes of this policy and consistent with Title 8, or Title 7, the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Sexual harassment is defined as, okay,
Is that, are you in Section 4?
No.
I'm not seeing where we're referencing, my apologies.
Section 4,
Section 4,
C.
C.
You're currently in section 3C
okay,
on the
we're in
screen.
3C.
There you go.
4.
Keep going, keep coming.
A, keep going,
C.
keep going. B, and C. Director of Equity and Ethics?
Director of
Correct.
Student Services.
Director of Student Services, just under that, there's no space there. It's all listed as one, but that doesn't, that position does not currently exist. My question is it necessary to list those as per statute? So we could,
OCR requires us to have those listed within our policy.
then we need to change Director of Student Services, if it requires a specific
Okay.
title, we would need to change that. That's not on
I
our
see.
staff, that's not on our
So
staffing plan.
Going down past C. Can you
It's a-
scan down, please?
Yes. Is this what she's?
Yes, there needs to be a space right where your cursor was. And that title needs to be changed.
What is this title?
What is the title, Dr. Gullett?
Not under this section, Director of Equity and Ethics. On down, right?
No, right
Right there
there.
where you are.
There's a space missing, so it looks as if this is all one person's information. It is not.
Oh, I see, right here, I need to put it.
Right.
Yes.
So can we not just delete direct?
Gotcha. So we need
We'll-
to add a D and put
We'll have to-
Director.
we'll provide that
instead
to
of
you.
Director of Student Services, we are
There's not a
putting.
D.
We'll provide that to you.
It's not a D.
It wouldn't be, it wouldn't
It's
be a
not
D.
D, it's just two different
It would just be a-
positions.
two different, yeah.
Yeah, and I can't,
Correct.
this is a formatted thing.
It's
Got it.
going to be easier if we just send that to you.
But to answer your previous question, Attorney Powers, about all of these edits to the definitions in section, what is this? In the definitions on the, under Roman numeral 3, all of this information that has been added is not in the previous one that we just approved and moved on to. So it is not in, what is this number?
Okay, so the edits that we have here under 3, definitions section, those edits on policy 3362, those do not appear, those additions do not appear on 1362, which we already,
They
the
should
parallel
be.
statute.
They should be.
And if they're going to be in one, they should be in the other.
So the staff needs to do this.
We'll
So
have to do that.
we need to, just for positive control, tell me who's going to do that? Staff, one of us?
Maybe the
Whom? Staff? Okay, so,
I mean, if you want us to do it, we can do it, we just can't do it right now.
right, okay. I just don't want it to drop off the radar screen, so it needs to go from 3362 also to be placed in 1362,
And possibly 4362, I haven't looked
and
at that yet.
possibly
I can
4362.
confirm it's also in 4362.
What was the third one?
4362.
There are three.
I have 3362, 1362,
4362.
43. Terry will talk about that. Yes.
Right, I want to make sure that we don't have anything that we just say we're going to do in the future without having a distinct knowledge of where we're, who's doing it, and so we can get it where it's going. Okay, so we're going to do it here on this end? Okay.
And these definitions are staff recommendations? Or is this
It's from
staff?
NEOLA. It's from
NEOLA,
NEOLA.
okay. So let's review it quickly.
So I'll leave it on to be polled, Terry, so we get to it.
Okay.
Okay. And there were more edits in this one. Can we, I'm sorry, I know that there were additional
Now,
edits
also,
here.
let me go back up on 3362, near the top. We need to also, based on what we did today, under that section that's at the very top of the page where you are now,
Right,
the superintendent will vigorously enforce its prohibition against discriminatory harassment on the basis of, that entire section needs to be exactly as the section, as the others.
right.
Okay, so that is something that we'll work on separately between NEOLA and Terry and myself. Okay. Elsewhere in this policy?
The other changes that were in green were related to sexual harassment. Can I assume that that's all statute and/or federal law driven?
Yes, it would be federal, but I
definitions?
had a question along that with the,
Can we scroll down to see the sexual harassment? There was just a lot of green
under
in this policy.
anti-harassment, it talked about the Civil Rights Act, but it appears that Title IX had been deleted from that, and I'm not sure that it should be. Mr. Whitmer, do you have any input under C, sexual harassment? For purposes of this policy and consistent with Title VII of the Civil Rights Act,
That's because NEOLA has a new policy on Title IX. And the Title IX stuff was moved to that new policy.
Okay. And so therefore,
You might leave it in here for now. We have to update,
I
or
would
we'll bring
recommend
back
so.
the new Title IX policy.
do we then need to state that for the purpose of this policy and consistent with Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, is that Title VII
Yes.
valid?
Yes, that still applies here.
Okay. Does it need to be stated as it is, or should it be deleted?
No, leave it like
stays?
it is, yeah.
Okay.
But we also need to keep Title IX.
He's indicating that Title IX is now an entire section that we have separately.
It'll be a separate policy that's coming forward.
Okay. But for the purpose of this policy, sexual harassment as defined below this sentence still has to do with Title IX, right? Because this is just like where we reference Florida statute numbers. Sexual harassment's still defined in title, I mean, it's still,
It is separately defined in Title IX as well. I think that for the purposes of this policy, they're using definitions that are consistent with Title VII, and then we have a Title IX specific policy. I would concur that even if we have something that refers to a lot of Title IX, when we're saying that our definition springs from Title VII and something
Title
else,
IX.
it does spring from Title IX, regardless of whether we intend to regulate Title IX sexual harassment
Then
issues
restore
here.
it, then restore it for now, yeah.
So I would leave that's underscored, or that was stricken,
right.
I'd put it back.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Those 1 through 11 up there, is that the right form? I think in the other one I saw where they had they were capitalized or something.
Let her fix that, and then we'll,
It's not letting me fix it, so I'll just type it back in.
okay. Reverend Cummings, please restate what you were just,
So the ones above that 1 through 11, where you listed
The
this
1 through
unlawful
11?
harassment include but not limited to, right above where it says 11.
The capitalization, I think,
Yeah.
is what he's asking for.
The bullying examples?
Yeah.
Yes.
Weren't those supposed to be capitalized? They were in one of the other ones.
Okay, where do I need to go?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Fix the and.
1 through 11.
1 through 11.
1 through 11. Up in A.
Up here.
Yeah, let me just fix this.
I'm just looking at the consistency of the form. If they're not supposed to be capitalized, that's fine.
Sorry, between the 4 and the 8.
Amendments, that says amendments.
And
Yeah, man.
Leave an M, put an M. There we go. Okay, going up to section, has
Those
1
right
through
there.
11 there on it. Section A, bullying.
Weren't all those supposed to be capitalized, 1 through 11?
Typically, they wouldn't be in statute. In policy, as long as we're consistent, it doesn't matter whether they're capitalized or not.
I just saw it, and I saw it capitalized where they actually changed it to capitalize in one of these policies that we just
Right.
reviewed this morning. Everything was capitalized.
Right. There were specific edits on a
Right.
previous policy,
Right.
just for consistency's sake. That's going to be one of those things we're probably going to have inconsistencies like that throughout.
Okay. So can we mark those two?
I'm sorry, Superintendent.
No, that's why, is it shared that cross-referencing is going to be so important for the team to go back to?
Right.
And if they have a crosswalk, it would be helpful for us, because we're
Right.
doing that manually.
Right.
so are you wanting me to capitalize?
Not now, no. That would be something that, so this is an item that we will be fixing, or we'll be sending the staff to update between the three?
Can you be more specific on what you want
Right.
to have the staff update? Because I'm keeping a
Nothing.
list.
I
but-
mean, I just want to make sure that with each of these things, we know who's doing it, so that it does get done. So let's if Neil and Terry, we can take this on and just do this, make sure that those are capitalized, as Reverend Cummings pointed out, because they appear to be capitalized in one of the other policies, which will mean that we'll need to look at 14, or at the other policies which are similar, and make sure that they're capitalized or not there. It doesn't matter whether they're capitalized or not, but as long as we are doing it in one, let's make sure it's consistent.
Right. It doesn't matter to me, capital, not just consistency.
Just a, if I may, Chair, a matter of clarification. Those watching can't see this, so they're trying to follow through an auditory means. They can't see what we're seeing. So just helps to
Right.
remember they're trying to
this-
take notes and share, but
So we're under definitions of bullying, and
they
these
just
are-
need to,
Right.
they're not able to see what we're following on the screen.
And they don't have these big printed books either.
Right.
No, they can follow along on board docs, but
Right.
that's, I'll try to make sure when
just have
we're
to
stating,
spell
like,
that out,
for
Larry.
example, A1.
Some do have this,
Yeah,
but
this
this
is
is
under
not
Roman
Make
numeral
sure
updated.
that we're
3,
specific in
right.
our description
Right,
as
yes,
possible.
that's helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
So are we done with this one?
Scroll back down, because again, the sexual harassment, there's a lot of language that's been added there, and I just want to ensure that that, in fact, is all statute-driven. Keep scrolling, please. There's just a lot of green I saw on the page. Green means there's a lot of things that have been added. Referencing policy 2266, so was that a new, anyway, we haven't, just, when there's a cross-reference listed and we didn't specifically look to that policy, I'm just verifying. We didn't talk about that policy at length. So is that 2266 listed on our page number 256? Is that the new area, it's called non-discrimination on the basis of sex and education programs and activities? Is that going to be the new Title IX policy? Or
Yes, yes.
okay. So all the new language in that, we'll see it another time?
I will have it for you here tomorrow, yes.
Okay, all right. So we need to make a note. We need to look at policy 2266 tomorrow.
Now it's here, in this version.
And then directly under that, the prohibited acts, what's showing on the screen now is 1 through 7. And there have been, okay, it continues down, now we're showing 1 through 11, 12, 13. How many are there? 15? And some of those are marked in green as showing new updates. And were those updates from NEOLA or from staff?
They were
Okay.
added by,
Tammy Schroyer?
but this has been looked at, so this was our
It's Neola language.
NEOLA.
Okay.
So I can remove this drafting note?
Any teacher administrator?
Oh, okay, your people want to leave note, okay.
Are we, so what are we saying? We're saying that that
It's gonna
drafting
stay.
note that was there while we're devising the policy, we're going to maintain that note
And
after
that's-
number 15?
It appears that way.
That's
somewhere.
what was requested by staff, yes. They added to it.
Okay. Is that,
So as long as that language is in every one of the policies, because again, we know the 1,000s are administrators, and the 3,000s are teachers, and the 4,000s are support staff. So as long as that same note is in each one of the sexual harassment policies.
all right, so we're making sure that all three of those are compared. All right.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, under 4, reports and complaints of harassing conduct. There's some items that have been highlighted in green. Members of the school district community and third parties was capitalized?
It needs to be, apparently, based on the way it's defined now.
Okay. Receive such a report shall file it with the district's anti-harassment compliance officer within 2 days of receiving the report of harassment. Now, I note that we've deleted business days, we just said within 2 days
Right.
of receiving the report. So if the report is received on a Friday, it needs to be turned in on Sunday,
Well, days is defined up above. Remember, there was a
As business
definition.
days?
as days that are, they're open.
Days,
Okay.
yeah,
So
it's
that
right.
resolves that problem, and it's a good reason to have that. Okay.
And third parties is defined in that definition section that's been added and all, so that's good that, as long as it's consistent across every policy.
All right, are we done with those?
I think so. It references policy 5517.01. I'm just curious to know what, in that, if during an investigation in accordance with 5517.01, just to verify that that also isn't, sorry, this cross-referencing is, because 5517 is
Bullying
going
and
to
harassment, yeah,
specifically deal with students.
right.
We have hostile work environment. But see, why would that, with a 5517.01, believes that the reportedness may have created a hostile work environment. So is this specifically speaking to if the student engagement in bullying and harassment has led to a hostile work environment for the employee? Because 5517 is the student bullying.
Right, and we have that on our list as delete this version on this white paper.
There's 2 of them, one above it, 5517 anti-harassment, 5517.
.01.
There's another one that says delete this version. So there were 2 versions.
So the 5517.01 is the student version of the bullying and harassment. So I'm just curious, because this, we're not in that. We're in the employee, the teacher version. So if during an investigation,
I think what happened, what this means is that if they're investigating a case of student harassment, and in the course of that, it appears that there may have been a hostile work environment there also, then
so this is the student harassing the instructor?
it could be.
Okay,
Then that's what they're addressing here.
okay,
Or unlawful discrimination, principal will report the act to the compliance officer. And
Okay.
they'll start investigating that as a hostile work environment.
okay, understood. And is that the correct title there, Dr. Gullett? We obviously have the Director of Equity and Ethics, but is Coordinator 1 of ESE 504, is that a title?
We'll have to verify whether it's coordinator 1, should be, but we're going to have to verify. I don't want to say yes without us
Sure, of
verifying
course.
when this is being reviewed.
Right,
So this one needs to go to be.
At the time
Yeah.
with which this was reviewed as a team, it was accurate, but
right.
we just need to make sure.
Okay, does this one just need to be moved for tomorrow, or?
Yeah, this stays in the poll
To be reviewed.
Do you have a
to be
timeline?
reviewed. Okay.
I'm good today.
Other questions, concerns, or notes with this policy?
I didn't see anything else beyond it. I know there was a lot more, I didn't see the other changes that were below it, so I'm assuming we're good, but
I think we are.
Other than on page 0660, up at the top, it references Director of Student Services again.
Where is that?
Oh, yes.
that's in the 5,000 policies, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yes.
those are the corresponding cross-referencing numbers. We'll have to clean up one and clean up all the others.
Okay.
Okay.
Say that again. We got,
We're gonna need that.
We moving on?
Yes, so I,
For us to
okay.
complete this policy.
okay. And the information that we're needing is what?
The name, to replace the
Oh,
director of student.
okay.
Chair,
Yeah, well,
most of
in
these are
order to
cross-referenced.
edit that, the name of the Director
Below,
of Student
all these
Services, or the new title,
Right.
if you can get us that information.
Yes, they're going to provide you all of
We'll
that.
drop that in there. Now, it looks like we would move on to,
Is there a way that we can expedite this as far as the ones that are cross-referencing?
Because each one of these numbers that we're about to hit into,
well, yeah, we need to lay eyes on them to make sure that there's not something else that's been put in.
okay?
Okay.
3420.03 drop,
Deferred comp.
should that be the exact same for this as it was for the other?
It was statute in the other one. We were going by statutory language, correct?
Right.
What one are you talking?
This is page 430. in our notebooks.
3420.03.
Yeah, it's the same.
430, Allison?
430, yes. 0430.
3420.03.
I think it looks like the same.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then
Yeah.
we can save that one and move
To be
it.
cleaned.
Right.
Okay, put it in to be clean?
Yes.
Now, 3430, leave of absence, we've already done its
Correct.
equivalent under 1430.
Same thing with domestic.
Same thing with domestic violence leave.
Sick leave and personal.
We will need to ensure that that if there were changes or alterations made in any of the one, they affect all three, okay?
Well, there's some more down there we're gonna,
3430.02.
there's some more that we're gonna hit in the 44s.
In the 44s, yeah.
Because they're cross-references to the other ones, to the ones above them.
So for example, 1430, 3430, and 4430, we just need to make sure that the language is consistent among the three. And then, as to domestic violence leave under 1430.02 and 3430.02
And
and
4430.
4430.02, we need to verify that the language is the same among all three. Then, moving to sick leave, 1430.03. We didn't have additional ones that we needed to, that were on our list.
We are gonna make sure they're compliant, though.
Make sure they're compliant.
They're largely the same.
Okay.
Not exactly, but
All right, so Mr. Whitmer, your team is gonna look into making sure that
Yeah.
those are compliant, all right? Then moving down, the next one I have on my list here is the 4122.01, prohibition against disability discrimination in employment, which it was also 3122.01.
Right,
Okay?
Correct.
So that's gonna,
4122.
It's a cross-reference as
Right.
well.
so again, making sure that we are consistent
Are you getting this?
Yeah,
among 3122.01,
Correct.
4122.01,
and 11. 22.01.
and 1122.01. So check those for internal consistency. We've got a note of that,
Yes,
okay?
if we can get
Next
off
one
this
on our
first
list then is
page.
gonna drop down here.
Like there's more.
4362.
4362, anti-harassment, that's same, we just need to make sure that it
3362.
mirrors 3362 and 1362.
Right,
Again, we've got another one that's drop, 4420.03.
Yep.
Just need to make sure that it mirrors drop in 3420.03 and 1420.03. Slow me down if you need me to.
You on it now?
Next, 4430, leaves of absence. Again, make sure that it mirrors 3430
3430.
and 1430. Domestic violence leave, the next one was on the list. 4430.08, staff leave.
And the corresponding
Now,
number with,
the corresponding number, we had 1430.08 for professional leave.
and they're pulling that to clarify it, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so 1430.08 professional leave was being pulled to clarify, what do we mean? That staff is clarifying, or?
And actually, if, in our printed notebook, that specific policy number does not exist.
Which one?
We have 4430.07 and 4430.09, but we do not have 4430.08 in our printed notebooks.
Okay,
So
let's-
maybe we
let's
need to take a look
it.
at that one.
so let's pull up 4430.08.
And then we might get off this page.
This is this a new one or something?
I'm not sure why it's
not
not
in
in
the
your book.
4,000 chapter, so it's been moved,
It's under hold for review, and it's 44.
30.09.
0.08,
0.08.
staff leave.
So this is going to be non-instructional staff is what the section is.
Support.
Oh,
staff.
it's
Support
okay, it's a
staff, yes.
proposed policy.
Okay,
That's why it wasn't in there.
that's why, all
This is
right.
not a NEOLA vote.
So this is Marion.
Not a NEOLA policy. Okay, so this is not a NEOLA policy, this is one that
Our staff
that
put it in.
staff has suggested.
That's
why.
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So this is asked with prior approval, staff members may take leave to engage in activity or work.
So as of now, this particular language is not mirrored in any similar of our policies. This is here and here only, but it is specific to support staff leave.
And if I may, this was submitted based on prior board discussion, questions that were received.
Yeah.
To provide clarification for the board to consider.
Would this need to be bargained? Or has it already been looked into for bargaining? I don't know.
I will have to check.
It does say at the bottom, references.
Bargaining unit members should refer to the collective bargaining agreement for more information pertaining to leave. So this is essentially a policy that would grant leave and/or potentially encourage those who are currently in support staff positions to ultimately move to instructional staff positions.
So, let me give you an example. A person that's a paraprofessional right now, that's going to school, getting ready to do an internship for the last few weeks of school or so, they would be able to use this time. They would be able to take leave and go to do the internship and get paid. Is that what I'm, because it
Yeah.
says with leave.
Yes, again, this was, yes, Chair, this was developed in relation to conversations at the board table with regard to allowing and providing an option for those to seek further professional development and learning. It's not required, it's just a response to
Gotcha.
Right.
those questions and the conversations that occurred.
Yeah. I see it says, it could be granted, yeah.
And extended support staff leave is also available for support staff leave
More than 30
exceeding
days.
more than 30 consecutive days. Give me an example of when that would occur.
Like an internship.
Yeah, but if you're doing a teaching internship, most likely you're going to be able to do it within district. Or wouldn't you?
But technically, you can't get, would they be able to get paid while they're doing that?
I don't know. I'm just
That's
trying to
fine.
come up with all the scenarios of what.
Here is my recommendation with this. This came prior to the conversations from today for that other leave. I think we need to go back and make sure that they match each other.
Okay,
Because this, again, was at a time before, based on
Right.
prior conversations. So if the other language changes on leave provisions that we talked about earlier, we need to make sure that they all match.
Okay. So we put that back into y'all.
Does that make
Right.
sense?
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay. So if we could just hold this back until we come back to revisit that other leave, I think that way,
Just leave it.
again, this was an addition, this was done at that time, but they all need to match.
As a general concept, speaking personally, I agree with having something of this nature, just ensuring that
It's-
it's consistent.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree too with something. I just wanted to be consistent.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so we're
Right.
possibly looking at that one tomorrow or another time.
Put it in a bundle.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Gold, so staff is going to get together and have
Yes,
that
Conversation.
yes,
figured out, okay.
just, yes.
Okay, then that moves us forward to jury and witness duty leave, 4430.09.
This is page 576 in our notebooks. What did we do on this one?
3009's been pulled for review, so.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
We will.
3430.09 was pulled for review?
Yeah, it's in the pull for review folder.
Oh, okay, I didn't have that on my list here.
I know
Oh,
it's not
okay.
on the list, but
Okay, so.
3439?
No, it's the same, it's the 3430.09, so it's the cross-reference to the one
Cross-reference to
that's
it.
on page 576.
Okay, so both 3430.09 and 4430.09 speak to jury witness duty leave. And these are the proposed alterations. And those look to be largely minimal, a staff member.
Right. Will not reimburse instead of shall not.
they copied it over. We'll
Was
make
the-
sure they agree, though.
Right.
Was there also new language for jury witness duty leave in any of the proposed new edits that were just sent to us yesterday?
No.
No?
I mean, not from him, but from staff.
Okay,
I don't know.
so we'll need to double check that, because that might have to be brought back before the board.
And ensuring that 1430.09 also aligns with it, I believe it does, but that's the administrator version of this. Because,
Right.
1430.09 does have shalls in it, so that needs to, 1430.09 also needs to be updated.
Okay. So the wills should go back to shalls.
No,
No.
I believe the shalls should go to wills.
Okay, gotcha.
Are we in agreement on that? That will not reimburse for meals and lodging if you're out on jury duty?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. Will not?
Doesn't the court do that?
The court gives you a per diem.
Do they give you the per diem for that? Okay.
And I think they feed you if you're in, I mean, I think
They do, but the per diem is quite minimal. But
Correct.
Sure.
nonetheless, it's a.
It's a
Yeah,
constitutional duty.
But specifically as to meals and lodging and things like that, we don't pay, or travel expenses really. Yeah, we wouldn't otherwise pay that unless we were,
That would be the, yeah.
right?
So I think if they need to be will instead of shall.
Will not.
And I will need to double check, because among some of the proposed edits that I just got in last night, I don't know that, I seem to remember a jury duty related one, and if so, I'll bring it back up to the board tomorrow.
Okay.
When I may be misremembering. Nothing else with jury witness duty?
And
Any
it stays in the
discussion?
to be pulled.
Yeah.
Yes.
It stays in the to be pulled, right?
Oh,
Right.
wait.
Because all three of those, we only had one of them in
Pulled for
the
review.
review, but all three of them need to be updated.
Yeah. So that says 443.
Yeah, my impression is those should be identical because they are, I
Right.
mean, regardless of who you are, if you have jury or witness duty, then,
Agreed, they should be, but we need to make sure they all get
Change that
updated.
to 4.
We're on 4430.
where are we changing it there?
30. The very number, sorry.
Okay,
Has to be edited though, so just leave it.
What now?
okay.
It has to
Then-
be edited, so just leave it
So I save you.
there. Yep.
We've got 5136.01.
Whew, we're out of that section.
Moving right along.
Once we get to fives, we're in students. That means that they don't have the same, for the most part, policies that our staff does. Okay.
Yeah, well, we say that, and this one.
I know.
5136.01 is technology resources and other electronic equipment. And so one of the things that we're gonna know about this policy is this could be a complex policy. We get down here in this section on, there's a harassment section there again.
This is page 606.
Thank you.
Can you scan back up to the area that's been actually, there we go. Yes. Under E, that's not actually under E, is it? That whole section describes everything above and below it, correct?
Yes. So
Okay.
policy 5136.01.
And I know it says an F there, it's just because every time we drop down a line, it's gonna add a number, that has to
Right.
be repaired later. Okay, students are prohibited from using technology, resources, and other electronic equipment or devices in a manner that may be physically harmful to another person, e.g. shining a laser in the eyes of another student. Further, at no time may any technology, resources, or other electronic equipment/device be utilized by a student in a way that might reasonably create in the mind of another person an impression of being threatened, humiliated, harassed, embarrassed, or intimidated. Number 2, and it does show it as a number 2 still, so at the end of the yellowish green that has been blocked out, only one parentheses was blocked out. We need to block out that entire number. Students shall not send, share, view, or possess pictures, text messages, emails, or other materials of a sexual nature, i.e. sexting, in electronic or any other form. Violation of these prohibitions is subject to disciplinary action based on Code of Student Conduct.
Is subject, violation of these
Prohibitions
is subject,
is subject to
are
this.
subject,
These-
Violation.
These is. These are.
Violation
These are.
is,
Violation is. It's
violation,
violation.
violation is, I see.
Yeah, it's
or
the
violations
prohibition
are,
of
we
these.
can put it
Violation,
either way, but
yeah.
violation is
Yep.
subject to disciplinary action based on Code of Student Conduct.
I'm looking for subject verb
No, no,
agreement.
subject verb agreement, I know.
We should say based on the Code of Student Conduct, right?
Yes,
Okay,
and then this one is clean, I think. Because what we did previously was eliminate all of that language that we already cover in bullying and harassment. And I mean,
Yep.
there's no sense in,
yeah, it.
Stating
doesn't
all
need
that
to-
again.
Doesn't need to stay in there, correct.
right.
So, that should be everything needed for this policy.
I'm in agreement with that, if other board members are.
Oh, yeah.
You good?
Superintendent.
Yes,
Okay,
To be clean?
move this one,
I'm good.
to be clean.
To be clean.
Okay, so the 5517 is one of the anti-harassments.
That should be.
We're just going to go back
cross-referenced.
and compare that.
Right?
Now, this is going to be a little different.
Okay,
So do we need to look at it now?
5517, because we didn't have, that's not a direct parallel.
okay. And it is page 656 in our notebooks.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and then we had, okay, so 5517.
Delete this version, redraft it, and put in to be clean folder, so I need to go to be clean.
It's going to take us just a moment because we had two versions, one to be deleted, and
We had
Pull up the other one.
3362.
I'm in to be clean. 5517. Okay, that,
We had 3362 and 4362.
5517 was there.
but is this the one where I'll pull
It's in
it up?
pulled for review right now. Mine is.
This is anti-harassment.
Yeah, that
law
says
of
delete this
students.
version, redrafted, and put in
517.
to be clean folder.
So we're in to be cleaned, so I'm wondering if it just, that didn't get removed.
This version redrafted and put in to be
don't know.
cleaned folder.
In the pulled for review,
I'm in pull for review.
Well, they don't have a copy to work this right there.
5517,
Where?
Yeah, I'm in pull for review, see?
So
And then
go
you come
into,
down to
she's in to be
5517.
cleaned.
I'm in to be cleaned, sorry.
Okay.
You found it?
There, it was up there.
It says
Revised, it says revised policy.
Volume 21.
Right there.
Okay.
Found it.
Okay. So this is under PO 5517, and it says revised policy, volume 21, number 2. Okay. Anti-harassment. Second paragraph there, we need to make sure comports with that exact same language we've used in all the others. So can we make a note as to that? So that
right.
or Attorney Whitmer, your team and my team can get together and we'll make sure of that?
Right.
Okay. Apart from that,
The rest is the NEOLA update for the definitions.
under definitions, there was a suggested NEOLA update,
Yes. And that's what we just referenced in the previous
and we just
policy, that
referenced
we
that.
needed
Okay.
this.
Did we didn't make any alterations?
No, but we did determine that it is warranted that those definitions are needed.
All right, and then going back under bullying, those right there, the 1 through 11 there, again,
To be capitalized.
either capitalized or not, consistent among all.
Right.
Yes.
Then,
We're leaving Title IX in
same
there.
thing we just did, we, under C, sexual harassment, just follow exactly what we did
Right.
on the previous policy we discussed, which was
4362
4362.
and 3362, all of those.
So we just put Title IX back in there.
Right.
Make them consistent through.
Yep.
So we're just, that's an internal consistency item. Okay, and under C, sexual harassment, number 3, and immediately below,
Where's that at?
Sexual? No,
we
it's all been
deleted
taken.
the who
We
it
took off. Never
refers
mind.
to because it refers to everyone. Such conduct has the purpose or effect of interfering with the individual's work or educational performance, of creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive working and/or learning environment, or of interfering with one's ability to participate in or benefit from a class or an educational program or activity. And where, I think Ms. Thrower's comment on that was, rather than saying it's another gender against the person of the same or an opposite gender, I think her comment was just anybody against anybody. So
Yep, it
it's
is.
really not something that needs to be specified. And then sexual harassment covered by policy 2266, that language is consistent with our internal consistency on the other.
Another crossroad.
Moving down under subsection 4, I'll pick up there. Nope, back up. Unwelcome or verbal expressions, and we deleted of a sexual nature, just because unwelcome verbal expressions, including, and it goes on into all those.
Where are you at, Jeremy?
Under number 4 there, unwelcome
Okay, I see it,
verbal
I see it,
expressions.
I see it.
So these edits internally are consistent with the ones that we just had on the other policy.
Right.
So I don't believe we made any changes when we just discussed it a moment ago, so we wouldn't make any changes here unless you deem it fit because it's unique to students.
Correct.
Right.
And I don't think that there is anything there.
And policy 2266 is that non-discrimination on the basis of sex in education programs and activities, so,
Yes.
yep.
Okay, then let's move down past 11, 12, 13. The drafting note, is that going to remain in here in the student section internally, consistently? We said we were going to leave the drafting note in the previous policy, if you believe you wish it to, and then if so, we can leave it here or not. Now, this one refers to, this is
think
the
we should
student
leave it.
policy.
I agree.
I think we should leave it.
I think we should leave it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Students.
Superintendent
Yes, I support that, thank you.
Yeah. Students need to know regardless of consent.
and staff.
It's illegal.
And staff.
Right, but keep it in staff, keep it in student. They need to
Yes.
understand regardless of consent.
all right, then moving
Illegal is
down,
illegal.
sexual cyber harassment, and D and E, keep going. F, religious or creed, moving down to H,
good, right.
disability. Now, all of these definitions, we've previously reviewed this, so.
Right.
There should not be anything in here that's a surprise.
God bless you.
Then moving down to number 4, or I'm sorry, Roman numeral 4. Again, same internal consistency as to the prior policy. I don't see anything here that we would alter based on it being in the student section over the internal consistency that we've had in the others, correct?
Correct.
All right, moving down past A, compliance officers.
You gotta break it
This is
back
where
up.
we need to do that
Yes.
under
Those positions.
Director of Student Services. We need to put
Right.
a space there. I know it pops up with a B. Again, formatting thing we'll deal with. And we're going to get the name of directors, or not name, but the
Title.
correct title.
Correct.
Title.
And drop it in here.
It still needs to stay in bold.
Yes. So if we can make a note, Mr. Whitner, I keep saying Whitner, I am so sorry.
That's okay.
I've butchered that 20 times, and I know your name. Attorney Whitmer, if we can make sure that your team and my team fix the title in there as soon as we get that. Moving down past that, Title IX Coordinator, good. And there's another needed space before Director of Student Services. Good. Moving down there, this drafting note, we are deleting. Correct? Because we deleted it in the last one. It's just not
Yes.
necessary here. Okay. All right, and looking at E and F, I see everything seems to be the same as it was previously.
Right.
Everyone agree? In the previous policy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Under Roman numeral 5, that appears to be correct and consistent. All right, we'll continue to move on and down unless anyone sees any item or any portion of this that drew any objection or something might have not been caught, but I believe everything is.
Yeah, I think all of it's good. But changing employee to official and individual and to complainant and all of that is important, so then that's why we have those definitions, so, yeah.
All right, so scanning down closer to the very end, we deleted that section about the simultaneously the compliance officer.
And those date changes,
Compliance
those,
officer.
those that came from staff or? Where it says, 5 days, 2 days, 10 days,
That was Neola.
those are NEOLA
Yes.
recommendations? Okay.
All right, going then toward the very end of this policy.
There's there a choice needs to be made,
Oh,
A
yeah,
choice under where?
the decision
Right there.
superintendent board, I'm in section,
Yeah.
formal,
Formal
You-
complaint
go- come on,
procedures.
Go back up, yeah.
so a choice has to be
Right there.
made.
Oh,
Or,
right, yeah, it's right above Roman numeral 6.
Okay, so right above Roman numeral 6, we have a choice to make. There's 2 check boxes. Superintendent must issue a final written decision as described above. And either checkbox, the decision of the superintendent shall be final, or a complainant or respondent who is dissatisfied with the final decision of the superintendent may appeal to the board by filing a written notice of appeal with the superintendent within 5 days of the date of the superintendent's final decision.
And then it goes on, the board has to meet with the complainant and representatives within 20 days. A copy of the board's disposition of the case of the appeal shall be sent to each party. So that is not required, but you can have it be final with the superintendent or let them take it to the board.
If I may give you my opinion, Board, typically as a matter of due process, there is generally an appellate right that exists in some way.
Right.
They can go for a writ of mandamus to the court, circuit court, whatever, if an agency decision has been final.
But this is for a
would give us
student.
the ability for the board, if we said that they can essentially appeal to the board from the superintendent's decision, then it gives us a layer where the board is permitted then to review it prior to them exercising
Going to
some
court.
other option.
I like that.
Because they have to exhaust their avenues
Right.
Right.
here before they move elsewhere. That
Right.
would allow us to catch something that perhaps was imperfect.
I like that.
So I would suggest the second one.
So I'm gonna
Right.
delete this,
I think
I
that
agree with
gives
that.
more discretion
this,
as you go up, and the superintendent can resolve it or not. If it comes up to us, we've tried to resolve it or
Right.
not before it goes to court.
Right.
Superintendent?
Yes, I don't have any concerns. Thank you.
Maybe save some money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Now, the other suggestion I would have, though, on that portion of policy there, go back to where we just chose. It says, complainant or respondent who is dissatisfied with the final decision of the superintendent may appeal to the board by filing a written notice of appeal with the superintendent within 5 days. The way that our due process system works is that should be filed with the board clerk. So, because as a written notice of appeal goes to the board, you're appealing to the board.
Right.
If you're appealing the superintendent's decision and filing the appeal with the
With the
superintendent
superintendent,
is
right.
not really appropriate.
Agreed?
And you can't file it just with the board vaguely, it has to be to some department, and the board clerk exists for that purpose of appeal. So if everyone concurs, that's what I would suggest.
Right.
I agree.
I agree.
Do we have that clearly stated somewhere publicly that who is the board clerk? We know who it is, but if there's maybe on our school board page or the board clerk's office, or here's the phone number of the board clerk, or just, if we make a reference to board clerk, I want to make sure that if someone's reading this policy, they know how to find the board clerk.
Right, well, yes, and I think, of course, as far as who the person is that is, or the department of
The
board
office of
clerk,
the
the
board
office
The
of board
office of the
clerk.
board clerk. Board clerk.
We have a department that is the office of the board clerk, but then as to whom is specifically staffing that,
No, of course, I'm not asking for whom. I just wanted, because I thought we called that department board services, but maybe we call that department board clerk. Is it, that's my question, I guess, more so, is, I mean, we know who the board clerk is, it's person sitting here with us, but,
I think it's state board services, the board clerks work.
Yeah, in all of the administrative code, we always have indicated that people shall file things, not us, but the state indicates people shall file things with the board clerk, and DOA with the board clerk. That being said, I guess it's, how does someone find out who the board clerk is if they were to
They go to board services.
email or pick up a phone or anything else? They would go and they'd direct them to board services, right?
right,
Correct.
okay, that's fine. I
Both are
just-
accurate. Board clerk would work in board services.
Okay,
Yep. And we could certainly put that on the website.
yeah,
Okay. Is that,
Board clerk / board services.
So they're both correct.
Yes.
Board clerk is the official term. Board services is what we use to define the collective group that support the
The
board.
group that the board
Right,
clerk is
so both are
in.
correct. But
I
we
see.
will, to Vice Chair Campbell's point, we'll make sure that that's labeled as such on the website, so someone reading this would know who that would be.
right,
Mm-hmm.
okay, thank you.
it always reminds me of the titles that carry comptroller in there somewhere, because no one ever just has the title of comptroller. There's always 4 other titles that go with comptroller.
Right, right.
Okay. Now, moving down, was there anything else within this policy? We've selected our option. Can you move down? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Retaliation, that's exactly the same as it was on the prior policy. And let's just keep going to see if there's any other edits. Compliance officers responsible for overseeing the retention of all records that must be maintained pursuant to this policy. Was that in our prior one as well? All right, it was. I'm being told it was. All right. Moving down, everything else there. Under N, O, P, Q, and R, those inserts, documentation of any supportive measures. Now, the reminder under R, reminder documentation of training should be maintained. Are these, should that be left in under R, or should it be deleted?
I think it's a note, it doesn't be part of the policy, but it could be an administrative guideline.
Well, I mean, if it's valuable to reference there, certainly we can leave it. I wasn't aware this was this in the last policy, the mirrored policy as well?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I didn't see this
So do students
section.
have to do Title IX training? Because this is, again, the student version of this. Do students do Title IX training, and is that
No, but this
statutorily
is,
required?
no, but this is documentation of any training provided to district personnel related to this policy. And if you go up to, scan up for me, there we go. Keep going, keep going, keep going. It says retention of investigatory records and materials. This is saying who's responsible for retaining materials that are supposed to be maintained pursuant to this policy. It's the compliance officer, and what shall be maintained. Among those things that shall be maintained are those items.
It's already stated.
That way, specifically, even though this policy references and applies to students, we are required as application to students to keep certain records related.
Right.
And we're required to state that we do so in our policy.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. So is it required in this section to state that that person does have the training and the documentation on file? Is that required in this policy?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, it would be required in this policy so that we can demonstrate that we are complying with having those items retained. It's required to be
Okay.
within our student harassment policy. If we had just one instead of like the 3,
Right.
then that would be mirrored, that we wouldn't have to mirror it with each.
right,
Because it is more applicable to one than the other. If we stated it once, we'd be done. But because we've separated it out, we have to put it in each.
Okay,
So do we remove reminder?
so I guess we need to leave that in there?
Leave reminder, right.
And as you're scrolling up, go down just a little bit. I think it's under privacy and confidentiality. Yeah, right there. I wanted to just see what this change is and see how different. Where it's in that first paragraph under Roman numeral 6, under privacy confidentiality, that last line now reads, and I just wanted to see how different it was from previously. Additionally, the respondent must be provided the complainant's identity. Will be advised that their identities may be disclosed. Okay, so it did say that their identities may be disclosed, but now the policy reads that the respondent must be. So I just want to make sure that that's a significant change potentially. And that's statute, I'm assuming.
Yes, that's a new, change that NEOLA recommends based on guidance from the OCR.
Okay, that's fine. I caught the word must, and I'm like, let's just go back and read that really quick, because I want to see where that change was made. Okay, that's fine.
So we have a name needed, so this stays in to be reviewed, correct?
Yes.
Yes, but it's really close. Some of these to be reviewed, we're really close. We just need to put eyes on them one more time tomorrow, I think. That is, if you
Okay.
guys burn the midnight oil and get them done.
So,
I'm sorry. Okay, this one actually is a different one.
moving on into participation in extracurricular activities, that is policy 5610.05.
Page 690 in our notebooks, 0690. This was one I think we sent back to staff, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, they didn't make any changes. I think this was where we had some dialogue potentially, if I'm not mistaken, about attendance requirements in extracurricular activity participation. And I had hoped that staff would have come back with recommendations, but I don't see any changes there.
All right, and that's the totality of the policy right
Right.
there. So I cannot speak to what it is that
Sure.
we're,
So I remember this is one that I brought up for discussion, and I think we were holding it off to have further discussion. So the reason for the discussion was that currently the FHSAA does not have attendance requirements on any student athlete. I believe their lone attendance requirement is perhaps that you have to be in attendance the day of the game or something like that, but there are no other school attendance requirements, and it is left up to the individual districts. And my question is, if this board is interested in entertaining that we make it a note of policy. Now, yes, we certainly can adapt this code of student conduct, and that might be where this conversation belongs. Or if we wanted to make it a note of policy that actually requires a student to be in attendance or not be in truancy court, I think is or eligible for
Right.
truancy court and playing every home game or vice versa. And I do know as a point of fact, maybe perhaps not this year, because I haven't asked this year, but in previous years, I did make a direct ask, do we have students playing on our varsity teams that would be eligible for truancy court? And the answer has been yes. So that's why I know the FHSAA doesn't touch this, but I don't know if we want to put it in the student code of conduct or if we want to talk about it as a point of policy. But I think it would be important for us to at least consider that as a district-wide recommendation. Those are my thoughts. I'm open to what you all have to say. Chair?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Starr.
To build on that, I wonder how a student athlete could be eligible for truancy court and still be maintaining a legitimate 2.0 GPA. And you're absolutely right. I do know of situations where that's been the case. And we have tried to focus very heavily on attendance and the importance of attendance. So I think it's important to keep that in mind, otherwise we look like hypocrites.
I agree. And I'm looking at this, I see in this the student code of conduct, but I also see the athletic code of conduct as well. Do we roll it into that, or do we actually go ahead and put it into a policy?
And that's my question. I'm
Yes,
not
ma'am.
certain where we want to put it, but I think that this board member would be interested in making that change, even though it would be a Marion County School District policy separate and apart from what is required. I think that it would further enhance what we're trying to accomplish with our strategic plan and helping every student succeed, and not only just encouraging attendance, but actually requiring it to some degree. And I don't, again, that's what I was hoping staff would come back with some recommendations on this one, because I'm not certain what it needs to say. I don't know what the requirement would be if we were to make this a point of policy, but that's why this was pulled.
Mr. Browning?
Yes, I like it. I understand the source of the discussion. I would prefer it not be, personally, I'd prefer it not be policy, but it be in procedure, in the hopes that there's progress and there is constant tweaking, if you will, if there is a problem in terms of other components to it. It's just my thought that I prefer it not be etched in stone, but rather something under coaches, academic, superintendent, because we've got policy and we've got attendance, truancy, we've got all that, and it just seems to be another area. Going back to my days, you went through and got authorization weekly to play ball. And
that's not the way it happens
no,
today.
it's not the way it happens now, but there's been progress. You know, there's been progress. So
And there's been steps
yeah, I'm hoping there is, but I have faith in the operational system. I'm not saying I'm right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I have faith in the operational system, and if there's progress to be made, that's where I like to see it take place. Thank you.
Superintendent?
Thank you, Chair. I think that I'm looking at the line with regard to the Code of Student Conduct. It refers to the board's Code of Student Conduct, which is adopted and approved the Student Code of Conduct.
Correct.
I think that we would need to look at it there perhaps. But I also would say, does that extend beyond just the sports? Because it's titled extracurricular.
Right,
So we're
absolutely.
talking about arts, music, everything.
Yes, I believe so.
For
Everything.
fairness and
If they're wearing
consistency.
a uniform for the school.
And we are going through that process of revision this year, so it's certainly an appropriate time. If the board so chooses, we do it through that process.
Yeah, I'm more inclined, kind of like Mr. Browning, not to put it in the policy, but to put in the conduct, student conduct, or the athletic student code of conduct, which needs to be out there a little bit more. But I think there needs to be some consistent rules regarding attendance. As Ms. Thor said, I don't see how he's playing because his grades aren't there, or her grades, or their grades aren't there. So,
Yet we all know of examples.
but exactly, and that's why I shake my head, Mr. Brown is saying no, because I know that it happens consistently.
Yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about, and sometimes there are avenues to great success, and I'm not here to make that call because I'm not the superintendent. I love consistency out of that level of authority. It's just where I like to see it, because they can make the call, you know. But it needs to be universal, it needs to be
Right.
consistent, and it needs to be appropriate.
It could be, you're right, those extracurricular activities could be an avenue for some great success, but I don't want to see them on Wednesday night run off the basketball court, throwing the ball up in the stands and saying, I quit either, because we let them pass through certain levels below where they should have got that soft skills going up.
Right. So putting it in the Code of Student Conduct is fine by me, as long as this board feels that's the teeth to actually make change. And so because we know that change is needed, and so as long as making change to the Code of Student Conduct will in fact ensure enforcement of whatever that states, I'm fine with putting it there and not in policy.
And as a reminder, that is board-approved.
Right, no, of course.
So it still comes then back to the board, so
Right.
that
So
might be a
that's the key.
consideration.
So
like that.
yeah, so it's up to us when we see the next revision of Code of Student Conduct
Ms.
to
Thor?
make sure that's in there.
Ms. Thor?
I think we need to be really strong on this, though,
agree.
because
Way it's done.
it may have happened to you guys as board members, it's already happened to me. You know, why can't my baby play? You know, and if it's going to stop at the level of the Code of Student Conduct that we approved, then we need to back it up.
Correct.
You know, and having taught high school, if you can't relate what you're teaching to the real world, then you shouldn't be teaching it. And one of the most important things in the real world, I don't care if you're a genius or the best football player that ever hit a quarterback.
Right.
If you don't show up,
Correct. You don't play.
My only question, and again, just without seeing the copy of the Code of Student Conduct right now and how all of that is worded, and I understand that this is our student section of the policy, my only question is, keeping it in Code of Student Conduct, how does that hold the coaches and athletic directors responsible for this, for enforcement of this? Because if we don't put it in policy,
then it's only on the kids.
then it's only on the kids. So how do we hold them accountable? And that's
You're right.
actually where the accountability
That's where
needs
the
to lie.
policy, that's where it goes
That's
back
where
to.
the
That's why it
leadership
goes back to
is,
policy.
you know.
Chair?
That's correct.
It's a little unrealistic, perhaps, but I see sports and extracurricular, whether it be speech, whether any of these intramural, I see that as education. And I see it as an enormous turnaround, and I'm very reluctant to shut it off, especially when we have a power center, intellectual power center, and procedural power center of a superintendent. I just like that as policy, from my perspective, because I do not want to close the door. I don't care if it's a speech contest, and, now suddenly we've got a problem, but it's a great orator, or whatever it is. So it's all about opportunity. And yes, I guess we can squeeze it off, but you've got to set standards, you've got to have a code of conduct, and those things ultimately are what control the field of play, I believe.
But I go back to what Vice Chair Campbell said. We're putting the accountability on the student,
Right.
and there's no accountability for staff, making sure this go forward. And the policy needs to be with staff.
It's the responsibility of the staff to enforce the
To
code,
enforce it.
student conduct, but the language about a policy is for employees to follow,
Right.
because they're our employees.
Because they're our employees.
And it can be hard to look a kid in the eye and say,
Nope, you ain't playing.
you'll be warming up the bench
Right.
tonight. It's very, very difficult. Or going out on an internship program, you have kids that they're so disenfranchised with school, they don't come to school at all, and you finally offer a program that they're really interested in, so they only come to school on those days.
Right.
But then eventually you need to tie that into the academic piece, because in the end, isn't that our task? To make sure that each kid graduates knowing that the world out there doesn't give you a bunch of do-overs
Yeah.
all the
You have
time.
to show up.
You got to show up. And so, and we can only do our best to plant the seeds. And I hate to see any kid miss the opportunity to participate and have that be absolutely it. And I don't think that's what any of us are saying, but you have to fade that sense of responsibility in. If they don't already have it ingrained, what is our role in helping them build that intrinsic sense of, I do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
Well, you said it.
So, and I think we need to be strong on this because attendance, maybe it's just because I just went through two externally operated schools that cost taxpayers millions of dollars. You know, and we have a very strong attendance policy at Oakcrest, and we did at Evergreen, and that was very supportive to children and families, and it worked. Was it easy? Yeah, in some ways, because we knew we were doing the right thing and really being encouraging. So I would caution this board to go high on this one.
And you're right. You said it could be hard to tell the kid that, but our ultimate goal is to educate
And prepare.
and
Amen.
prepare these kids. So if our ultimate goal is to educate and prepare these kids, then it behooves us to make the tough decision now for them and put
Talk it out, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm in favor of us.
It's not an ultimatum thing, it
Yeah,
is
we're not trying to hurt the kid, we're trying to make them better.
Right.
And make them more prepared to be successful.
Right.
If we're saying every kid succeed, then the only way they're going to make some of them succeed is to be tough on them at this level.
Right.
So I could go with adding some teeth to this if you want to. And that helps us with the staff, with our coaches or whoever.
Right.
Set the expectation.
Right.
Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Yes. And I'm probably in the minority on this, but I see it as as sports, speech, athletic, intellectual athletics, any activity like that is something that we don't withhold and use it as leverage like it's dessert. It's part of the meal. And whether or not you show up, I guarantee you show up at Heisman nominations, let's just say. You show up. And these people, some of these people have incredible skills. And I love for them to step in and learn. And a lot of times that's exactly where you learn. Your assignment is on the line, for example. And now we have an opportunity. Coaches are famous for turning around the academic skills. And so I see it on that side of it, glass half full, half empty, because I've seen it so many times in my life that the academic level is, may have been very, Einstein flunked the second grade. So I've seen it so much. And then when you finally own your own company, you finally own, you win the Heisman, let's say. And all of that is so powerful as you move from maybe humble beginnings to great success. And that's the part that inspires me. I could be a little bit idealistic about this and a little bit in a minority, but just so be it.
Let me get the superintendent.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate this conversation because I hear from so many of our school teams that attendance is really a challenge right now. It was a challenge before the pandemic. It's a challenge now. We can't teach them if we don't have them in class.
Right.
And if we are going to help them find their pathway and ensure their success, we need to be able to have them in front of us to teach them. And I think we're all committed to the extracurricular activities, but we have to prioritize the education piece. It's not a comfortable conversation, but it's a necessary one.
Necessary. Ms. Campbell?
Would you rather see it in the policy than in your purview as procedure?
I'll support the board's decision either way. I do think that the policy, a strong policy, provides an opportunity for clarity across the district. It also provides an opportunity for the parents to know and for the staff to be supported when they have to make those tough decisions.
Right.
Because
Okay,
they know
thank
it's a
you.
policy of the
Thank you.
board, and it's not an interpretation of the code. So policy is very strong. It's very black and white, should be, and I think it would provide that clarity.
And the overall concept of education that we're speaking to, and that's the reference, that you would like to see it with the strength of policy versus on a procedural level.
Well, typically, I would think that most things are handled at the procedural level. You know, policies should be pretty simple and overarching, but we should be operating from procedures. However, because this has broad-scale impact, we don't want to miss an opportunity to be very clear on its interpretation. So,
Thank you.
yes.
No, I'm grateful for the superintendent's explanation there as well, because I hear your sentiment, Board Member Browning. There is no greater advocate for our extracurricular activities. I mean, we all are wonderful advocates for our tremendous coaches and for the amazing athletic directors and for the choir directors and the band directors and the FFA, and that just go on. And we know that that is what can light a fire in a student, and it is an extension of their education, and to some degree even the crux of the education that they receive. However, in this day and age, without having some kind of real teeth to something holding those same individuals who are the mentor, coach, et cetera, to a standard, there becomes an opportunity for ambiguity. And I think that's what this board is trying to reduce.
Right.
And where one coach, one program, one school may have one philosophy. I saw a student just this week sit the bench because they didn't attend practice. Senior, missing an entire game, didn't go to practice. That was that coach's philosophy. But I also saw that same student show up for 7 a.m. practice yesterday because they have another game. But that's one coach, one philosophy, not the same consistency across the board among our coaches. And we have amazing coaches, amazing athletic departments, amazing athletic directors, but there is not that consistency. And I think we would all encourage, if we were the coaches, or we were the band directors, or we were whomever, I think each one of us would hold that same level of consistency and standard. But with us leaving it ambiguous right now, it's up to individuals making those very tough decisions on a, incredibly important, whatever that might be, competition of some kind, and making that tough decision, and maybe not always, leaving it up to interpretation. So I am all for whatever the policy needs to be, but for us making the teeth.
Put it in a
Thor.
I'm persuaded,
Hold
I'm
on,
persuaded by that.
hold on,
No,
Mr.
excuse me.
Hold on.
Excuse
Ms.
me, go
Thor.
ahead.
It sounds like I heard you say that you're persuaded, and the only way that I'll be 100% persuaded is to see a sample policy that is very concise. I think you raised a great point, Dr. Gullett, that it is also about supporting operations. Because if you guys are being very clear that this is your expectation, but we don't have a policy to support it in this manner, then who are they going to come to? They're going to come to us to try to get us to overrule, what you guys are trying to be strong on. So I think we do need to be united on this, and I would like to see a sample policy of what another
So,
district has.
right.
That not only has great athletics, but also has great scholars.
Right, can we put this back in the hands of our staff and let them bring something forward to us? I mean, I know we pulled it before, sent it back before, but they're hearing this conversation and our expectations, and I think that would be better. Attorney Powers?
I would also have some concern that we need to either put the discussion items that we're talking about right now in, or duplicate them in section 5200, which is attendance. Because otherwise, just placing them here,
Correct.
thinking organizationally, this is a student policy.
Right.
And if we're putting a staff directive in, which is fine, we can put it in here because this is the only section where we have participation in extracurricular activities. So it can go in here for reference, or we can reference 5200 attendance. But if we're putting a staff directive, I would like to see it, and I think it's more appropriate that it be not just in the student section of policies, that it's also elsewhere.
If it's gonna be consistent, it needs to be consistent.
We'll cross-reference
across.
ourselves.
Yes. So,
So if this is one that we are going to give back to staff to redirect and make those alterations.
yes.
And I've just spoken with Attorney Whitmer, and I believe that's probably the appropriate direction is to make sure that that staff directive is
Yes.
there.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, I apologize for stepping in earlier inappropriately. However, let me say that I am persuaded by the discussion by the board and the recommendations by the superintendent. I am in concurrence that this could be, meet all of the high ideal goals, disciplinary goals, academic goals, by being, and diminish none of those by having a sound policy. I'm very persuaded by the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will be putting that one back into staff's hands to bring something back, bring something forward to us. Moving forward, we're at seclusion and restraint of students with disabilities.
And that is section 5630.01,
Page 694.
Thank you.
page 694.
I had the change noted on page 696. I'm not sure if they have a different change
Okay.
or not, but that's where I
Yes.
had it noted.
This policy has been updated also by NEOLA.
Okay.
And Attorney Whitmer is indicating that he can get that and, go ahead.
We'll have it for you tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
And the change I had seen was actually under the documentation and reporting section under this, just because it was telephone or computer email was the one change that I mean, apart from all of the other things that potentially have changed in this, that was the, if you want to scroll down, I'm not certain that change is here. Keep going. Under the documentation and reporting, under, after 6, so scroll down just a bit more. Right there, the paragraph immediately after item 6, reasonable efforts must be taken to notify parent or guardian by telephone or computer, email, or both. And we had conversation about that. I just want to make sure that we're comfortable with it being or email. But this may be
Typically, we
completely
have
changed.
specifically, and I'll tell you, I've dealt with cases that, on this particular point, we have said that we must reach out to the parent for to connect with the parent by any means possible, so that the parent is contacted the same day as a seclusion or restraint type situation. And then follow-up, there's a written follow-up that occurs by email and/or certified mail. Essentially, every option is taken so that one way or another, we get in touch with a parent, period.
Right.
And we document all efforts. And I think that is what the discussion we had last time was around putting in policy that we are going to make not reasonable efforts, but every effort, and document all efforts so that we can show that it's not sufficient just to have sent out an email to a
Right.
potentially unmonitored account,
Right.
that we're,
And I questioned, yes, absolutely what you stated there, but I also questioned the word or.
yes,
Because what you
absolutely.
stated is exactly what I'm thinking, that it should be by telephone and computer email, and just take out or both. I mean, if what you're saying, and certainly, we know there are instances where the telephone number is not accurate, what we have in Skyward, et cetera, but at least there was an attempt to make that phone call, and then it documented in the email, I tried to call you at, or something, and so that's your paper trail. But I would be inclined to actually say, must also be taken to notify the parent by telephone and computer.
Or all reasonable, I would just.
No,
I would-
yeah, I think we do need to leave reasonable efforts. If we
We
put
can
in
leave
policy,
reasonable out?
if we put in policy all efforts or every effort, then we are specifically saying that if it was required that we, send a person by home,
Right.
Right. Or text and all those other forms of
Right.
communication that would be required. I would agree,
Yeah,
thank you.
We have an objective in mind.
Do you want me to change
Yes,
the
ma'am.
telephone?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Wimmer, you're likely aware that this policy is going to need a lot of change because
Yes.
we're not even, per law, as of starting July 1, I think it was, we can no longer use seclusion.
Right, that's why I'm gonna bring in the
Okay.
new policy.
Okay.
And my concern here, if you look at the documentation and reporting section on this, the paragraph right under where it says documentation.
Yeah, let's go to the documentation and reporting section.
Just above.
So there-
I think it's the opposite
Other way.
direction.
Or should we wait until we see the new policy
Right there.
tomorrow? and
We're
then-
right there, we're right there.
Yeah.
Right there. I have an issue. My issue is that statement, a school shall prepare an incident report within 24 hours after a student with a disability is released from restraint or seclusion. If the student's release occurs on a day before the school closes for the weekend, a holiday, or other reason, the incident report must be completed by the end of the school day on the day the school reopens. If the incident happened on the Friday before winter break, it's not going to be completed again until they come back in January. I have an issue with that.
Agreed.
That's too, no.
So maybe we'll see what the new policy says, because we have no idea what it's going to say. But no, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, and, you know,
Yeah, that-
in the real world,
Yeah.
you don't wait.
You don't
Right,
wait.
right.
You do that as soon as possible.
Right. And you make every effort and you document.
Correct.
Especially if it's a day before
Because you're talking about
Thanksgiving
2
break
weeks,
or
you're talking
winter
about
break.
2 weeks,
Remembrance of the occurrence.
it's gone.
Yeah.
And as a parent, if I was the parent of that kid,
Right.
I'd be raising sand, and cuss, I'd be raising sand the whole holiday because I see something on my child and I don't,
Right.
nobody, there's, I don't.
So would a conscientious staff member.
Correct.
Correct, that would be something we would expect.
So
Yeah.
tomorrow, when we see that one, we'll make note of those things we're
Right.
looking for.
Okay, then moving on to
That's fine.
search and seizure under 5771.
Oh, boy.
This was Reverend Cummings. 5771, page 704? Page 704.
First of all, in second paragraph, the board acknowledges the need for in-school storage of student possessions, and we say shall provide storage places like desks and lockers for that purpose. We talked about eliminating shall because of the fact that we don't provide lockers, largely. I mean, we do in
Right.
some athletic sort of situations.
May.
May provide,
We don't allow them to store stuff in their desks anyway. I mean, nobody
including,
stores
but
stuff in
not
their
limited to, desks and lockers for that purpose. Such spaces remain the property of the board, and in accordance with law, may be the subject of search upon reasonable suspicion that a prohibited or illegally possessed substance or object is contained therein. So, the next sentence after that is good because it indicates that if locks are provided or students are locking them, the lock does not give them a reasonable expectation of privacy, where normally it would if we don't, if you lock something, you're saying, I have an expectation of privacy here. But because this is school district property, we're saying no. Now,
The next sentence we had conversation about.
school authorities are charged with the responsibility of safeguarding the safety.
Yeah, not that one, sorry.
Which-
The next one after that, the search of a
Search of a
student's
student's
person.
person or intimate personal belongings shall be conducted by a person of the student's gender in the presence of another staff member of the same gender, and only in exceptional circumstances when the health or safety of the student or of others is immediately threatened.
And the conversation I believe we had was around the word gender.
Sex
And we should
includes
be-
gender, you can substitute sex in there if you want.
And that, I think, was the conversation we discussed.
However-
Yes.
Of course, this is one of those where it gives rise to the fact that if a student identifies differently, what's appropriate at the time. And that's a decision that is going to have to be, unless we spend paragraphs spelling it out here, you may have a situation in which a student is male, but
Identifies as female.
Identifies as male. And so, student's not a biological male. And then who's to conduct a search in that scenario and instance? There is not, to my knowledge, any case law on it specifically, though I believe that federal guidance has generally indicated that students should be treated as members of their chosen gender. So, if we wish to in any way designate in policy as opposed to procedure what we actually are to do here, it is a moving target.
It is. It goes
so-
back to that email that we just talked about the other day.
So what one suggestion or possibility is to remain silent on who conducts the searches, and that's something that is subject to staff training and procedure that we exercise within our staff training and procedures. Here's what we do in various situations as those situations may change, such that we do not need to come back to a board vote in order to alter that every time that there may be altered, guidance from state or federal, or NEA or whomever on this particular issue.
I understand your
However, by
thinking and
putting it in
logic.
policy, we help to solidify,
Yeah, but I'm afraid of that one.
yeah,
I'm truly afraid of that one.
Yes.
I see too much litigation.
It says.
Arising beyond
That's
that.
what it says.
Currently, what is our policy now? What's our current policy on search and seizure?
search and seizure. We're looking it up. We did have a conversation regarding this at a prior, I believe it was a school board meeting, if not a work session. Regarding what happens when you've got a search of belongings as opposed to a search of intimate apparel, as opposed to, it's, we've got the search of the student's belongings.
Those are different.
We've got a situation in which a student's backpack, I don't know, who searches that? Can it only be a female principal or a female AP or guidance counselor? What about a female's purse?
Correct.
We've typically, in society, recognized that as being a rather a little bit more private than we
Private.
recognize a backpack, but is that something we're writing into our
There's a bit of a double
terms.
standard there, though. So
It
you're saying that
is.
a guy would have to search a young man's wallet, not a woman? The
Right.
guy could have things in his wallet.
Sure.
And then the other thing that always jumps out at me when we talk about searches of students is, and I brought this up in code of conduct meeting, the searches of their phones as well.
Is that it?
How we search a kid's phone.
And it's in there, and it's all.
Personally, this is
Okay.
me.
Current-
The phone doesn't belong to the kid. It's the parent that's paying the bill, so you're searching the parent's phone, and a kid's giving consent to search that phone. I just want to make sure that when we do those things, that we're legal in how we're doing it.
Right.
And making sure that everything's above board. I know what's happening now, but, I think it needs to kind of be spelled out, Superintendent, on some of these things.
The entry-level concern, to answer the question you asked me, which is probably a little bit of a hypothetical, but our current policy refers to, and that's policy 5.31, refers to the principal may temporarily detain and question a student when they're about to commit a violation of Florida statutes. Then it says, any activity involving student detention, search, and seizure shall be in accordance with the procedures set forth in the Code of Student Conduct. So it incorporates by reference
Code of
another document, and that's our Code of Student Conduct, rather than putting it specifically in policy. Now, it does also say each principal shall place a sign which is clearly visible to students, and it gives the notice to students, which indicates that the principal or a school employee may search student lockers or other areas with reasonable suspicion that prohibited or illegally possessed substances or objects are contained in the area. Now, the single largest thing that we're going to really run into difficulties with is ensuring that any search is conducted only where reasonable suspicion exists.
Correct.
And reasonable suspicion may mean different things to different people, but there's a legal terminology and definition as to what reasonable suspicion is. It's just like the standard of probable cause has a specific meaning. The two are different. And another student said something is not necessarily reasonable suspicion, and a court may find that because an anonymous tip or a student said this other student has something, that may not rise to the level of reasonable suspicion, giving us the ability, absent other facts, to search. So it is important that within our training, if not within the policy itself, that we are clear that reasonable suspicion is required, not simply we carte blanche have authority to search student possessions and student areas. It's always with reasonable suspicion.
Superintendent, how you weigh in on this?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm looking at the code right now to crosswalk that language.
Administrative procedure.
My concern and my question was really this, to try to avoid any unintended consequences on behalf of the privacy rights of the student, but also for staff, that we don't put them in a situation with ambiguity that they were not provided clear direction. That is my concern.
Mine too. I don't want to leave our staff hanging out
Right.
there in limbo trying to figure out, should I or should I not pat
Right.
down or search or whatever, because we're actually putting them in a hostile environment, and we don't need to do that.
That's a concern.
Well, then in that case, search of a student's person or intimate personal belongings, again, person or intimate personal belongings, and we don't have a definition here, I don't think, for intimate personal belongings, but we're presuming that that means something more than a backpack, right? Or does it?
Sure.
I don't know.
Yes.
Yes. I'm hung up a little bit on the health, safety, and immediate threat. Immediate threat. And somehow we can get into that realm, because some of this is suspicion, he said, she said, or whatever, like that. But immediate threat, like to make the search.
Yeah.
So that's where I am on that, unless I'm in error on that. Are we talking, that is the only way you delve into these realms?
Should be.
Should be.
Ms. Thorne?
It's saying here that there are exceptional circumstances when the health or safety of a student is, or others is immediately threatened. And I would think of things like the student is, basically almost passed out, and you're worried that maybe they, took some drugs or something.
Correct.
Ingested
And they're incoherent, and you're,
Correct.
they can't give you permission to do anything. So you look in their bag and, hopefully find, if that's the problem, what it is they took, because that could save their life. Or that another student shared that that kid has a weapon of some sort.
Firearm or something.
Yeah, a
absolutely.
firearm or a knife
Absolutely. All
or
bets
something
off.
like that.
Well, it may be found, though, and that is one of my instances there, what I'm indicating, that a tip from another student in and of itself may not, and probably does not, rise to the level of reasonable suspicion warranting a search. Now, it may be that once that student is then brought in and the administrator talks to that student or talks to the reporting student or whatever it may be, reasonable suspicion may be developed anytime along the way.
Right.
But
I mean, it's not like you'd run over and tackle the kid and search him right there. You would obviously bring him to an office.
Right,
have
and
a
there has to be
conversation.
something more than simply an anonymous tip or a tip from another
Get him out of
child.
the classroom and away from other people.
Right.
My concern with this is that we don't, just because a student's a student, doesn't mean that they're not entitled to the rights. And sometimes we tend to think that just because they're a minor, that they don't have any rights to search and seizure. We all still have those same rights. So I don't want to violate that. I don't want us as a district to get in the habit of violating their
Yep.
constitutional rights.
Yep.
As far as, we still got to maintain safety as well,
Or be so fearful of that you don't
that you don't
act,
do anything.
because
Correct.
we've got some pretty
Correct.
good evidence of that
Correct.
happening.
So I think we need to really look at this policy and make sure this policy does the things that it's intended to do, which is to be able to search a student for safety reasons, for, to maintain a safe environment, and for the safety of that student and other students and staff, without going beyond being excessive in violating their rights. That makes
Makes
sense?
a lot of sense. The idea of, if I suspect, if I'm the principal and I suspect there's a firearm in play, I'm going to move on, let the
Correct.
pieces sort out. So I'll take that responsibility. It's the health, safety, and immediate threat. So it's like, you've got, at some point, you've got to have the professional judgment call, and people do take responsibility for their actions, I believe.
All right. Superintendent, were you about to say something?
No, I was agreeing. Thank you.
So, Attorney Powers, Mr. Whitmer, Attorney Whitmer.
The last two things that I would add to that are the Supreme Court has indicated that the more invasive the search, the higher the burden is on
prove
us
reasonable.
to prove that reasonable suspicion exists. For, simply having a drug dog walk past areas or walking through a metal detector is a low invasiveness, and therefore the reasonable suspicion level that we're required to show is quite low, if existent at all. However, when it comes to invasiveness, and that's what we're dealing with that phrase right there, students' person or personal intimate belongings, those things are going to require the highest scrutiny. So if we engage in that, it is going to require, when we engage in that, it's going to require a pretty strong defense on our part to explain why. Now, specifically, that phrasing, search of a student's person or intimate personal belongings shall be conducted by a person of the student's gender in the presence of another staff member of the same gender, and only in exceptional circumstances where the health or safety of the student of others is immediately threatened.
What if we don't have a staff member
Of the same
of
gender.
the same gender, or what they
Well-
identify with?
And the fact
Depends
is,
on
we
how
would,
urgent it is.
Exactly.
Ask one to come over from another school or get
No,
caught.
no,
no,
it's
we
possible.
would have a staff member, well, yeah, right. So you're saying. if-
Exactly.
That
And
gender is a
today,
fluid
just
word.
Exactly, the way as fluid as the word gender is
No,
now.
well, this, here, for these purposes, because we're not talking about someone saying that they're non-binary, for example, because that's not going to be recognized at this point under Florida law. But if the student identifies as female, then if we decide that we have reached the level for this level of search to be warranted, which is step one, then step two, a female of our staff is somebody who is going to conduct that search under the language that you've put here.
Unless we change the word to sex.
If you put the word to sex, then we are probably going to have to, we're going to run into a situation where there's a discrepancy between the terms sex and gender. So,
And that's understood.
we are then, if we're going by by what's in Skyward and the birth certificate we have and everything like that, we're running into an issue that we are required, despite how the student identifies, to have a person of the same sex do such search. And we're not talking strip searches here. We should be talking, though, about someone saying, okay, look, you've got a student, not me, but student, reach into your top and make sure there's nothing, hidden there or whatever. However, in keeping with federal guidance and keeping with everything that I know with the current state of the law, we are safer leaving gender alone as it is right here in this than putting sex, because of the fact
So
that
then-
we are violating every bit of guidance if we say that we are going to take a student who legitimately, for quite some time, and perhaps without our knowledge, has identified as a particular, it's clear that student's identifying as a female, and we look on a birth certificate and say, oh, actually, you know, we're gonna have the male principal do this search of your person.
Right.
Now, we had talked before about also pushing it onto, if there's something that requires a search, we're gonna have to deal with, you know, a school resource officer, but that passing the buck is what this board said is what we should not be doing.
Yeah,
So-
we shouldn't be, if it's not criminal, we should not be involved in this SROs.
Right.
Here are my two questions, and I guess issues of concern with what you've just stated. Number one, in our language that we've just approved of anti-harassment, anti-discrimination, et cetera, we do not use the word gender. We did not include the word gender, and that was purposeful of this board, I believe. That's number one. Number two, to Dr. Gullett's point on the protection of our staff. So while we may have said student who is male by birth and on the birth certificate indicated as male, but identifies as female, we put our female staff person in jeopardy and in a very precarious situation, having to potentially search the lower half of this student. And I am not comfortable with that at all. So I don't know what case law says. I'm not an attorney, but I'm telling you that's the slippery slope that we're putting our staff in if we don't use the word sex here.
Go ahead.
I would say that number one, the scope of any search that we are conducting of personal belongings or the person of a student should never be one that becomes so intimate that that really could be much cause for concern. However, we have had, and I'm sure every district has had at some point, issues where there was an allegation that some young lady felt uncomfortable about a male principal asking her to reach in, or male teacher asking her to reach into her brassiere to find out whether or not there was a stolen item there, or drugs,
Or
or
a vape
something of
pen.
that nature. That being said, having the types of searches we're talking about are not the types of searches that should ever occur in a corrections sort of situation. These are the types of searches that would be looking into a purse, looking into a backpack, asking that student, without us touching a student, to turn their waistband, you know, something of that nature. So I think the risk is somewhat lowered. However, I think that where it comes to gender, and this is certainly, I understand every point that is being said and made. I think we are setting ourselves up for a considerable amount of not only consternation among students, parents, and also the law and guidance, federal and state, but
I'm hearing,
with saying that if a student identifies as female, and we know that to be the case, that by gosh, I don't care what you identify as, because you were born a male, this male teacher or this male staff member is going to conduct this search. I don't say or claim that there's any kind of easy answer, but I think that we would be perhaps accused of being quite unreasonable if we take a student that we know identifies in a particular manner and say, I don't care how you identify, we're not going to respect that identification for the point of a search. So therefore, we are going to have a person of the same actual sex as you, the same, not necessarily the same gender, the same identified gender that you identify as.
Right,
So
right.
I don't know what our option is, other than
Right.
to, if we're being forced to spell it out in a policy, I would want to ensure that how we're spelling it out, as your attorney board, I would like to spell it out through our other policies and/or in this policy. We're gonna have to address this issue on all fours. If we're dancing around it, we're leaving that discretion and we're saying, what happens? Those students exist. And because those students exist in our classrooms, what do we do if that situation arises? And as Dr. Gullett had said a moment ago, as of right now, we're leaving a lot of lack of guidance on an important issue which may come up to our staff. And I don't have a dog in this hunt as to which way we do it, except to say that in keeping with the law and keeping this board safe, if we were in a bad situation of facts where a student does identify one way, and we know it, and we clearly, and it's quite clear that student has and perhaps always has, what are we gonna do?
I heard something there in your discourse that is troubling, because you said we shouldn't be doing, or we probably shouldn't be doing such an invasive type search. So then that goes back to me, training, because it goes back to training, because I'm sure that we're not doing the type of searches that you just described.
Right.
Where you're just asking to do certain things. I think we may have gone a little bit further. And not just this district, around the country, because of the times that we're in. So if there's an allegation that somebody has something, I'm sure staff are actually doing pats. I truly believe that. And so with hearing that, this really concerns me, because we're gonna leave our folk hanging out there in a bad way. And you have, again, these kids still have their rights. And we're saying, I understood what Ms. Campbell was saying when she said sex, change the sex, but I think if we change the sex, we're gonna be in trouble that way. I really think we'll be in trouble. I'm not sure with this gender, with the word gender, how we accommodate with so many types of genders.
Well, I would respectfully say that at this point, if the student identifies as male or female, then, which is currently, and among some of the sources that I sent you, it indicates that those under Florida law are what we're discussing right now. Of course, depending on whose count you go by, there are many multiple gender designations, and those aren't what we're talking about at this point. We may be talking about it in 5 years or less, but it's not something we're talking about at this point. Would be, the fact is that if a student is, and I don't mean to use this offensively in any way, but biologically a male but identifies as a female, then that student is, for all intents and purposes, a female, as far as we are supposed to treat that student under federal guidance and under most aspects of federal law. Now, within our policy designations, how we do that, again, when we're talking about a search here and the level of searches we're talking about, it's almost more that this only a parent or a teacher or administrator of one gender is going to conduct the search. That's almost a matter of courtesy because of the type of searches that we're talking about. This is the equivalent of, I don't think, and though we're dealing with adults, law enforcement officers in conducting a simple, basic pat-down search or some other kind of non-invasive search with, people on the street for what they call the officer safety searches, checking in someone's pockets, something like that. They don't concern themselves with whether it's a female officer looking into the male's pockets or patting down the outside external clothing or things like that. We, I think here, almost as a matter of courtesy, though I don't, because I don't know of any specific regulation, have said that we are going to we're going to take a step further and say, in order to make everyone more comfortable, we're going to make sure it's only a staff member of the same gender. I don't know of anything that says that we have to do that, particularly not with the kinds of searches we're doing. But if we do have to do that, or if we do decide we want to do that, then the consistency level is something that is going to be problematic if we don't follow sort of I guess what I started out to say there is that if a student identifies as female, then that student identifying as female, a female would be searching that student. And that may be something that our staff doesn't wish to obligate themselves to either. Someone may not wish to be conducting a search, if they are a female, of a student who identifies as female but is biologically male.
That goes back to training.
That may in fact, offend the sensibilities of a staff member as well, so.
All that keeps going back to training. Superintendent, anything you want to weigh in on this?
No, I don't have anything additional.
Can we-
The concerns I've shared.
Can we take a 5-minute? I know you have to get out of here. If the other three are willing to go on a little bit further, we can go on a little bit further.
Is the issue still just sex or gender, the term? Yeah, okay.
So,
We ought to be able to get through that.
so let's recess for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay? Recess. we're back on. We will continue our discussion with this search and seizure policy. Vice Chair Campbell, was there something that you had?
So, yes, I'm not certain if Attorney Powers wants to share his thoughts first. My concern, and we were kind of leaving this statement in going with gender versus sex, on referencing the student's sex in the search and seizure in the presence of another staff member of the same. Currently, this policy recommendation is gender, student's gender and same gender. In conversing with several of our administrators, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at this, currently student gender is such a fluid scenario in many schools that perhaps it even is an evolving thought process or conversation or feeling impact, et cetera, on a rotating basis, whether that's a weekly basis, a monthly basis. It is a fluid conversation. There is one thing that we have as the district that does not change unless a legal document is changed, and that is the student's sex as indicated on their birth certificate and on their birth record. Unless that legal document changes at any given point, that is the one thing that is consistent and doesn't change. And that's why I would be more comfortable in the scenario of this if we leave this language in, and I know that's something that Attorney Powers is about to bring up because he and I just spoke about that separately in the break. If we leave this statement in, the one thing that is not evolving is the student's sex as listed on their birth certificate. So that's what I wanted to make a statement about.
And given the fact that NEOLA looks at these policies regularly, and NEOLA is the ones who sees this from various districts and has to follow with the updates, guidelines. They also do some communication with OCR, the Office of Civil Rights, and those are the folks who bring forth any complaints and also bring forth guidance and interpretation as to what we should be doing or what we can do, or whether or not we're in violation of a federal statute. Their interpretation is what happens there. So of course, I would be very reluctant to have us do something that was outside of what OCR recommends, but also if we delete certain provisions or add certain provisions in such a way that it doesn't, specifically deleting certain provisions, it doesn't provide good guidance to staff. And so Ms. Campbell's and the superintendent's earlier comments are duly noted for that. I mean, those are important considerations. I'm going to ask if, Mr. Whitmer, given your experience in dealing with these policies with other areas and with OCR specifically, can you add anything to this conversation?
I think the word gender that's been put in here very recently. I haven't researched that, but it used to say sex. Even if you, in the non-discrimination language, even if you delete the word gender from the categories that you are not discriminating against, under the OCR guidance, and I believe case law too, sex now includes the gender. It's sort of a subcategory of sex for that purpose. It's all bound up under sex. They did that for regulatory purposes, so Title IX would apply. But really, this is going to be such a rare occurrence, I think, when you have a search that you could not address the issue and say search of a student's person or belongings shall be conducted only in exceptional circumstances when health or safety of student and others is immediately threatened. And just not address the issue at all, and let the school work it out at the time with what they have and what is appropriate for the student.
I don't.
If
And
Dr. Gullett, how do you feel about that?
Well, first, let me say that given the types of searches that we, as a school, our district would be conducting, as opposed to the types of searches that might be conducted, more invasive searches by law enforcement or something like that, I think no one questions the fact that we wouldn't want even a student and staff member of the same sex or gender to be conducting alone some sort of search, asking someone to turn out their pockets and closed door sort of thing anyway. And so therefore, it may be that since the type of search that we're describing is a turn out your pockets, take off your shoes, let me see the underside of your socks, it's the kind of stuff that should be, at most, the kind of things you'd expect to see at a TSA terminal, at an airport terminal, where somebody's asked to take off their shoes and take off their belt and, something like that. Those are less invasive than the kind of searches that I think we might need to be inserting what gender the searcher and searchee are.
That would be fine. I would be fine with that,
But I don't
again,
wanna
it
leave
goes
it-
back to training.
Right.
It's gonna have to go back to training and rethinking for our staff to say, hey, basically what you're saying, we're going to a no-touch search, pretty much. Because if you're going to a no-touch search, then how effective would a search be if we're trying to find contraband or something?
Well,
of
someone
that
wearing
kind?
very baggy clothing.
Correct.
Very baggy jeans. I mean, I'm sure we've probably seen the type of YouTube videos of what people can hide in baggy
Correct.
jeans. And I certainly do. I'm
Yeah, I know you, I'm just
certainly open
putting
to,
it out there.
right.
So, I mean, that would mean.
We need to provide our staff with guidance and at the same time, not create issues where they need not exist, but
Right.
we are also, the third part of that conversation is if the Office of Civil Rights is telling us, here's what they expect, and
Right.
they're sort of the agency that's going to tell us if we are or are not in compliance, every time there might be a complaint, then we've got a lot of different balls to juggle in the air here.
And thank you for saying that. I was gonna ask you to explain, because when you use these acronyms, sometimes the community don't know what it is. So OCR, Office of Civil Rights.
Yes, sir.
So that, for the record, so people know what it stands for. Mr. Browning?
Yes, I really want to just insert the idea of practicality, staying sort of at the mean, at the deviation maybe out, statistically thinking, not 5, not getting into every exception, March and Nines where we get way out in exceptional area. I'm concerned, starting with the person being searched, the searcher, the district, the reasonableness going all the way along, and the community. Community funds us often in my life and in community life. When you approach an attorney, if you hire an attorney, they've got all sorts of suggestions, and generally it falls into the realm of, well, this would be the smartest thing to do. And what is that? It just reduces a general liability, puts you in a better spot, and I like putting the district in a better spot, the person being searched in a better spot. That we took all sorts of time to debate this, and really we looked at it very, very hard, and procedures are going to be always on a moving target. They're going to be adjusted, and they can always come back to us. I would like to lean in a direction of legal. How would you like to defend, the next 10 situations like this? Because it's something that seems to be moving up into society, and I would just like, I would just like to follow the recommendation if we can, and then move on and rely on our professionalism, rely on the education of the searchers, and rely on the good nature of those that would be searched, because certainly they have rights, and I have a high, and everybody has a high degree of respect for it. So just to This is a broad brush, it's a general, we're trying to look into the future. That's the way I would see it. I start with the legal, it's a legal question, really. And then it gets into a practical question, and I don't want that searcher to become vulnerable to attack, unreasonable. You like that? I want that level of protection out here by our courts, by our law enforcement, by all the way to the Supreme Court. So, like that, that's where I am, reasonableness, because we all want to do the right thing. So, protect the district, protect the student, protect the searcher, protect the good, right, and just decency of what we're trying to do, and that's what we're trying to achieve. So those are my comments, and I leaned over here toward legal, because it's really a legal issue. When everybody's trying to do their best, you could have exception, but it's a legal issue. I think that's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm feeling. I'm trying to dig deep on this one. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brown. Superintendent? Okay.
Yep, good.
Vice Chair?
So where are we landing? I mean, are we landing on leaving it the way it is? Or are we landing on Attorney Whitmer's recommendation or suggestion? I don't know if it was necessarily a recommendation, but a suggestion potentially of removing the entire statement of by a person and then just having it go, shall be conducted only in exceptional circumstances. And then leaving how those searches are conducted up to procedure?
I don't like that.
You don't like that, okay.
That puts too much,
It's ambiguous.
it's ambiguous,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
too gray, and I think we're putting our people on the cliff.
Well, I will tell
Someone
you,
can easily
just,
push them over.
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This phrase, beginning with search of a student's person, every aspect of this phrase is difficult because there are too many different scenarios here. First of all, search of a student's person, or intimate personal belongings. I'm not sure that intimate personal belongings belong in this at all, except to say that if you're referring to that in the context of the student's sex, I guess you're talking about a female's purse or something like that. Otherwise, what's an intimate personal belonging? I think intimate personal belongings includes a backpack, for example.
So
Fanny
perhaps it's
pack.
just personal
And
belongings
so, well,
instead of
but then,
intimate.
yeah, and
Yeah.
exactly, it should be personal belongings, but the idea is that some personal belongings
Are more intimate.
are more intimate than others. But intimate personal belongings, I would be happy removing that and saying students' personal belongings.
Well, you come, you know.
But then when we go down to the idea of this sentence structure altogether, I think is intended to say that we are only going to be doing, and this is the case law is related to this also, when you look at failed searches that got school boards in trouble, not ours, but in general, you look into those situations in which a student was searched unreasonably because A, there wasn't reasonable suspicion, and B, they began going into searching everybody's backpack because Susie was missing $1. Or, you know, those sorts of situations where there was an allegation that there was some minor offense, and as a result, everybody line up and turn out your pockets. Or Susie thinks that Frank did this, and therefore, you know, those sort of situations should not be what we're dealing with here. So the point of this sentence to me seems to be the operative terms, the search of a student's person or personal belongings. When should we be doing it? Only when we're talking about exceptional circumstances, only when it involves health or safety of the student or of others is immediately threatened. Because also, you can't just go with a health or safety instruction with, okay, the student was told, somebody said Susie brought Tylenol, and you're not supposed to have Tylenol at school. I'm sorry, Susie's catching a really bad deal here for me today. But Susie brought Tylenol, and you're not supposed to have Tylenol at school. And so they say, okay, Susie, let's, turn out your pockets and let's check through your purse and see if you've actually got Tylenol. Well, that search would be thrown out of our
Right.
rubric here because of the fact that the health and safety of a student is not, or others, is not immediately threatened by Susie perhaps having Tylenol, nor perhaps Susie having a vape. That's not an immediate
Right.
health or safety issue. Is it a long-term health or safety issue? Sure, but it's not an immediate health or safety issue that is, and so therefore, if that would not be subject to a search in the first place. So if we followed the letter of that, we would be eliminating a large number of these searches in the first place. So we're only, and I think that's supposed to be the point of this paragraph, is that we're only searching a student, A, with reasonable suspicion, and B,
Stop
where
searching.
it,
Sorry,
Where-
she's like highlighting things. I'm like, wait just a second.
and B, where it is an exceptional circumstance when health or safety is immediately threatened. So, given that scenario, I think if we thought of 50 potential searches that we would conduct of students, we would narrow this down to 5, And those 5 would be ones where we would be quite defensible because the health or safety of a student is immediately threatened and is an exceptional circumstance, and we've got reasonable suspicion. In that case, I think we're going to get broad leeway as to whether or not we acted permissibly.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Powers, with that said, might we start the sentence that way?
I'm like, sentence structure, we've buried
Right.
the lead.
Excellent,
You
excellent.
start with the
Only
exceptionals,
in.
when there are exceptional circumstances that
Oh, yes, beautiful.
threaten
Dictate,
the health or safety of the student or have an immediate threat upon others, then
Will
you
a-
lead with that may.
Beautiful.
Yes.
If you
I
flip
like
it,
that.
then you've directed it to that
Yes.
instead
The
of
reasons for
Yes.
why you would.
reasons
Yes,
for
leaving
why
it
you
at the end of
wouldn't.
the
And then
We've
we,
buried the lead.
Yes.
That's what I was waiting to
sentence
say.
structure would
That's
provide more
powerful.
clarity.
Powerful.
Absolutely.
Excellent, powerful. I'm comfortable.
So move it, yes, right there.
Right.
Will it not
Changes,
paste it?
changes everything. Oh, it changes a lot anyway, not everything, but a lot.
That starts it off. That's it. That's the whole circumstance. It's a building on fire.
We still
Yep.
haven't completely answered the end, but that helps
Yeah.
immensely.
Ms. Campbell, you want to
Yeah.
state this as we go so that we can make sure that we're crafting the same?
Only in exceptional circumstances when the health or safety of the student or of others is immediately threatened, will the search of a student's, and then that's where we're going. Okay, so where was I? Student or of others, safety of the student or of others is immediately threatened.
What is the of others? Why do we have that there?
The safety of the student
Oh,
or of
okay, gotcha. I
others
understand.
is immediately threatened. Will the search, I think it's will the search of a student's person or we'll have to change the shall there, so it's,
Oh, misspelled threatened.
will the search of a student's person or in personal belongings be
Be
conducted?
conducted.
And then it's still left,
Still.
whether we leave that there. So then, yeah, search is lowercase s. And then of a student's person or personal belongings, and then strike shall. Nope, just strike the word shall.
Okay, put a period after conduct, or period after conducted, or no?
That's the remaining question.
Okay.
It's either
So,
a period
only in
there.
exceptional circumstances, when the health or safety of the student,
Student singular.
singular, under student, first line of that, or of others, is immediately threatened, will the search of a student's person or personal belongings be conducted?
Do we want to
well, we'll get
put
to
a
that in a
period
moment,
there,
but,
or do we want to?
I want to make sure. Do we have earlier a section, the section of reasonable suspicion? Where is that? Do we reference reasonable suspicion prior to this?
Yes, I think you need to.
The first sentence.
First sentence.
The
Okay.
First sentence. Reasonable suspicion, go back to the first sentence. Only in exceptional circumstances where reasonable suspicion is suspected or whatever, or when the health or, it has to be in the first sentence.
And I think that this entire sentence, whatever we land on as far as detail, should probably be the second paragraph within this entire
I agree.
article.
Because it predicates everything after
I'm
that.
comfortable with that, yes.
So want me to put a period?
And that's the remain, she asked again if we want to put
Okay.
a period after the word conducted.
So,
I'd say do it now and let's just see how it looks.
all right, I tell you what, let's do this, if, for us to be able to see it. Let's put a period right now, after conducted. And let's cut and paste that up as a second paragraph in this entire thing. No.
Just to conduct it.
Just up to the period in
Just to
conducted.
conduct it.
Okay? Drag that up there
Yeah, copy and paste.
if we're able.
It'll paste.
Copy and cut.
Because if we're going to include anything else, it needs to be in another sentence anyway, because we're getting lengthy there.
Control, can do
Yeah.
control P.
Add it to that paragraph. Can you add it to the first paragraph?
We're going to make it,
all.
yeah, I would make it a second paragraph, but if you want to add it to the first paragraph, we can.
And the reason I say it, because you already got reasonable suspicion in that first paragraph.
And undo your cut again.
Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm just gonna go up here and just type it.
There has to be a way to copy it and paste it. Control C, Control V.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not working.
The teacher wasn't working for me either.
Yeah, for like, it can work for you.
Let me alter. Let me make this alteration and suggestion. Only in exceptional circumstances when there is an immediate threat to the health or safety
Okay,
of the student or of others, or others. When there is an immediate threat
immediate threat, right?
to the health or safety of
The student or others, right?
of students or others, because not necessarily this, of students or others. We can repluralize
Take
that.
out the of.
And,
These,
I'd get rid of the safety of students or
Others.
of others, or, you can get rid of the second of.
students or others.
Okay? Get rid of the space between of and students. Now,
Will the
will
search.
will a search of a student's person or
Or
personal
belongings.
belongings
Do we have to say personal belongings?
Of a student.
Can we just say belongings?
Of a student's person, don't we have to say of a
Yeah,
student's
person or-
person?
of a
Yeah,
student's
student
person.
apostrophe S,
Persons
student's person,
or
or
belongings.
belongings
belongings,
I like
Be
that, belongings,
conducted.
no intimate.
be conducted, period.
period.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes. No, I'm reading the first sentence.
I think this, right now, that second sentence is a lot better, and it adds to the first in limiting and making it clear that our standard operating procedure is not to conduct a search unless it's extremely limited and extremely for limited scope and purpose.
Right.
Now, as to how it's to be conducted and the specific
Some procedures have to follow
specific
this.
terms,
that's
procedures,
good.
and everything else.
That's good.
Is that something we want to put in policy, or we want to create procedures for us to, because for all I know, OCR may update those regularly and
Right.
say that our guidance to the schools is to do it this way, and not everything OCR says, or anyone else in their guidance says to us, or that may evolve or change, needs to be part of our overall policy, so long as it is clear within our procedures. But I don't want to place an undue burden on, on the superintendent's office to have to do that if we believe that that in order to adequately notify all staff, it needs to be in policy. So,
I think this
Discuss.
this moves us in the right direction.
Right.
Good, yeah,
But I also think that there has to be some procedures
yes,
that come forth and for all of our deans, all of
Yes.
our staff,
yes.
in the form of some type of training, reading signs or something, to make sure that they're covered.
My
and
full support.
that they understand
Yes.
where we are. This has, I think, actually, to be honest with you, I think whatever training that they do, or whatever reading sign that they do, I think the attorney needs to explain what this means,
Yes.
how this applies to our staff.
This protects the staff and all persons involved.
They need to know what's expected of this.
Yep, this is
And
beautiful.
what an exceptional circumstance is defined as,
Mm-hmm.
and if they are in violation of the,
Immediate threat
then what
to the
that
health
looks
and
like.
safety of students.
Well worth the time put in to arrive at the wordsmithing here and the idea smithing.
I just want to make sure our staff are covered and we don't violate these kids' rights as
That's right.
well.
And the community.
Correct.
But we do not want to pay out some huge sum just because we didn't have a policy.
Superintendent, how do you feel about this statement?
Much better. I do think we've addressed the root issue here, and it provides the parameters. I know my team's already spoken with Attorney Powers and committed to doing training around the legal aspect of this work and best practice as well.
I just don't want there to be any inconsistencies across the district with this. I'm sure there'll be, or any inconsistent interpretations of this as well.
I'm full support of that.
Yeah. All right, guys, are we good right now with this one?
let me just throw one more thing out there on this one.
Yes.
Please.
Whether we add it here or whether it becomes part of the policy, the procedures conversation, it may be appropriate for us to have a phrase that indicates, or a single sentence that indicates that any such search conducted under this section shall be minimally, it should be designed to be minimally invasive and conducted with adequate staff supervision. Something along those lines to indicate that we are specifically looking to make them minimally invasive, and I think that could avoid a situation where you really truly have a one-on-one search or seizure. And that would be
I like
something that probably, if we want to include that within procedures, however we do it, that's fine.
Can I make a suggestion? Because I don't want to lie to Mr. Browning. 'Cause I told him we'd be out of here by now.
No, I'm good.
Can we go ahead and let you handle that tonight with how you want to add that other sentence? That'd be the first thing we start with in the morning, and we recess
Yeah.
or adjourn for the day.
No, yeah, unless you specifically direct me, I'm not going to add anything to this. I just
I
mean
like
if that's
that
something that
last
makes
comment. I'm
everything
willing to stay for
have a
that,
greater
and
chance
get
of
to it.
consensus, so,
Yeah,
but if
I'm
we're good with this, we're good
absolutely
with
willing
this.
to do- We are right at the,
Okay,
right
so
at the
let's finish.
cusp here.
Let's finish it then.
Let's finish it.
Let's
Let's
finish
please
it.
do.
And then
I
we'll,
like what you just said. I can support that. And I'd like to see it included, unless there's an objection. I'm open to other discussion.
I want to see it in writing. Can you
Okay,
dictate that
please.
to her? 'Cause
Where
I-
would you like me to?
Okay.
Yeah, wordsmith it down. Yep.
After the word conducted in the second paragraph, any such search will be minimally invasive,
It will be minimally conducted.
No, minimally invasive.
invasive, and
Conducted,
conducted with adequate staff supervision,
appropriate.
appropriate staff supervision?
How are you defining
What's
that?
what's appropriate?
Yeah, we're going to get into something that
Yeah,
I
we're
think that
getting
is,
into some language
That's why I said. that's why
I
said
would,
take it
I
overnight.
withdraw my attempt to put something else in here. My
That's why I
goal was
said-
to keep minimally invasive in there.
That's why my recommendation was you take it tonight.
No, I think that there's too many threads that come unraveled if we do this. So I'm just going to, just delete delete everything we just entered there.
Delete it.
I don't believe that there is a way within this, that I can craft a single sentence that's going to fix that or make anything better.
Yeah, because you're finna create some
I know.
roadways and some deserts.
Right. So, let's leave it at that.
Leave it in, pulled for review still.
Yes.
Will we pick up with this one first thing in the morning and move forward?
All right.
We're gonna have a heavy lift tomorrow. We're gonna be needing to move
Yeah.
expeditiously through this, but I think we're up for the task. So everybody drink your coffee and drink your hot chocolate, because we're gonna be on the road tomorrow morning. With that being said, we're going to recess at 3:30, adjourn, ADJOURN, ED, at 3:30 PM.